Storytime is meant to adapt the stories, mostly, of great unadapted old and forgotten comics from the past. I combine voice acting with narration to abridge the work as much as possible without lessening its impact, and to bring the stories to life the best way I can. Please enjoy. Hi, I'm Nick, and welcome to Storytime for Reign of the Supermen, perhaps better known as The Return of Superman. In case you missed it, I already adapted The Death of Superman and Funeral for a Friend, and this episode will conclude that story, picking up from where I left off with Adventures of Superman 500, the comic that resumed publication after the 6-month hiatus during which no Superman books came out. This story does stand on its own, however, so consider this more of a sequel than a part 2. Each of the 4 creative teams on the Superman books had a different idea of how to bring him back, and the editors liked them all so much they decided to do all 4. You'll see 4 new Supermen of various sorts appear in Metropolis, some claiming to be Superman returned, and some not, but all attempting to carry on his legacy, often running afoul of one another and fighting over what it truly means to be Superman. The Last Son of Krypton is a cold and emotionless avenger with a power level that could only belong to Superman. The Man of Steel is a man with the heart and possibly the soul of Superman inside a suit of steel armor. The Cyborg Superman claims to have been reconstructed by aliens with advanced machinery, now truly the man of tomorrow. And the young Superboy is an imperfect clone of Superman, created to replace him in case the worst ever happened. In the end, all their stories will converge to stop a hideous alien plot to turn Earth into a new version of the flying fortress known as Warworld. And who the real Superman is will become clear along the way. I love the structure of this story, and it's only possible because of how Superman comics were made in the 90s. All 4 Superman titles came out once a month, one every week, updating the same ongoing story. That was on full display in Death and Funeral, but here you'll see 4 very different stories begin and run concurrently, all coming together as we head towards the end. I remember trying to figure out who the real Superman was like everyone else, and while it's all easily knowable now, I'll ask you to refrain from looking anything up, and letting the mystery play out as intended. If you already know, try to forget what you know, and imagine what it was like for us kids then, because it was all part of the fun. My money, for the record, was on the Cyborg. As the Supermen encounter and usually fight one another, and as their individual plots are resolved, the larger connected story will come more into being, and by the end it will be one story with all the characters together. Now a quick recap. At the end of Funeral for a Friend, Jonathan Kent had a heart attack and seemingly died in the hospital with Martha at his side, partially from the added stress and grief of Superman's body being stolen by the genetic research project underneath Metropolis known as Cadmus. Lois Lane gathered the evidence and Supergirl took his body from them, returning it to its rightful place in his tomb inside the Superman statue erected in Centennial Park. But the damage to Jonathan's heart was done. We join him now in the realm between death and life to start this adventure. Now let's begin. Ms. Kent, I'm afraid it would be best if you stepped out into the hall.
I'm not going to do any such thing just so one of these attendants can pull a sheet over my husband's head.
Miss Martha, we're not giving up on Jonathan. I just feel it'd be better if you...
I won't abandon him, especially now. That man and I have been through too much for that to happen. You just keep on doing what you've been doing, and we'll bring him back together. Doctor, he's just flatlined. We're losing him.
The light, so very bright. That is you, isn't it, boy? I've found you. Take my hand.
From beyond the grave, Clark grasps Jonathan's hand. Lowell County General Hospital, Kansas.
Jonathan Kent, you listen to me. Don't you give up on us. On me. You're too blamed stubborn to just give up.
How's that lidocaine coming, nurse?
100 milligrams coming up.
Let's try this by hand. 1, 2, 3, 4. Come on, Jonathan, you old cuss.
Life after death.
We've got a heartbeat. Not strong, but it's a start.
Clark? Clark, it is you. Wait, don't go. Not into the light.
I have to, Pa. It's pulling me, compelling me to enter.
But you can't go, Clark.
Clark Kent's suit tears away in Jonathan's hand, revealing only Superman. This is all that remains of Clark. His clothes, his glasses. From here on, the journey must be traveled by Kal-El, last son of Krypton. Go back. Rejoin the living, Jonathan Kent. The voices whisper that your time has not yet come.
Not my time? Wait, son, Kal-El, it's not your time yet either.
Hooded and robed figures come to collect Superman.
Listen to me. Let me go in your place. I'm talking to you, you wraiths. Take me instead. Do not delay, Kal-El. Your destiny awaits. You cannot cross over.
Martha needs you now more than ever.
We must go on.
No! I love you, Pa.
No! I'm not letting go!
The hooded figures lead Superman into the light, and Jonathan Kent follows them.
I don't like this one bit. No, sir. This is just not good enough. The lidocaine should have boosted him more. Look, Martha, we need to get him out of his clothes, into a gown, and this area is going to get crowded.
I'll just help then. I told you, I won't. Mrs. Kent, believe me, no one's going to give up on your husband. I promise it. Now, why don't you head down to the nurse's station and get yourself a cup of coffee? I don't. All right, young lady. I suppose I could use a cup. Martha, dear God, is he... Lois, child, you came all the way from Metropolis? I got the first flight out. Lana Lang called to tell me, but that isn't important. How is he? Doctors are trying to put on a good face, Lois, but in all our years together, I've never been this scared he was going to die.
Jonathan Kent finds himself in his memories of his time in the Korean War, his current memory fuzzy as to when and where he actually is. He only knows that he's searching for a captured airman stuck behind enemy lines as he searches the devastated village. He finds nothing but death all around him until he sees a body he recognizes.
Harry? Harry, what in heaven's name are you doing in Korea? John, don't you remember? I fell under the threshing machine back on Pa's farm. I'm dead, Johnny. We're all dead here. As for where we are, it sure ain't Korea. Another thing, enemy's got your boy. Can't be more than a couple hours ahead. Harry Kent, don't go dying on me again. Go get him. The boy don't belong, Johnny.
You do not belong, Jonathan Kent. The Flyer does.
Damn your lying eyes! You go straight to hell!
Jonathan punches the enemy soldier and he turns into smoke.
Well, I'll be. Looks like he has at that. Now, what made me say that? Soldier's just lying out cold at my feet. Combat fatigue. First I'm talking to my dead brother. Next I'm fighting ghosts. Well, there's no time to rest. I've got to push deeper into enemy territory.
You know, Lois, he and I have been together through some rough times. He's been warned about his heart condition, but he wouldn't slow down, especially these past few weeks. I wonder whether he brought this on himself to try to get closer to Clark. He loved that boy as much as life itself. I guess if my faith were stronger, I'd believe I could join Clark in an afterlife, Martha. But not before it was my time to pass on. Our faith believes in heaven, and Clark was raised with those beliefs. Maybe Jonathan's time is up. Don't even think that, Martha.
Jonathan now finds himself walking through Kansas cornfields when he suddenly falls through rotten wood planks into an old well. A voice from above hails him and lets down a rope, and Jonathan assumes it is his father.
Grab hold, boy. When I was 12, you pulled me out of this pit. And when you saw I wasn't hurt, you gave me quite a licking.
Once he is hauled up, he sees that a demon holds the rope, serving a horn-headed, red-skinned woman on a throne made of skulls.
That could be arranged, mortal, after I have introduced myself to you. I am known by many names, but you may call me Blaze. Are you the devil? Is it really important for you to know who I am? Why not simply accept my offer to help in your quest? I'm prepared to offer you a deal. I'll help you rescue the captured airman in exchange for your soul. Like hell! I'll take my chances in this hole, demon!
Jonathan lets go of the rope, choosing the abyss over damnation.
Pity that you cannot raise the dead, Jonathan Kent, but I can. I'm still falling, but how could all this be? And why do I keep getting sidetracked from my objective? If none of this is real, why do I still feel so strongly about rescuing that captured soldier?
Jonathan Kent falls through the hole into outer space.
There are opposing forces at work around you, human. The universe is locked in constant battle between order and chaos, good against evil. You face choices as you are at a crossroads between life and death. I serve to illuminate the pathways, right and wrong, good and evil, order and chaos. You question the reality around you, and I think that is a good start.
The space is actually the body of a gigantic woman.
You begin to see through the illusions that cloud your perception, Jonathan Kent. Where in heck am I now? Is this another demon trick? I am Kismet, and I am beyond the corruption of demons. Your quest has thrust you into my light, human. What have you got to do with my quest, as you called it? And where do you fit in? Why don't you show yourself? You seek peace with your adoptive son, and have veered from the path which leads to him. I exist to illuminate that pathway for you. Heed my words. You have strayed by pursuing your own lifeline. The airman. Of course. It was Clark I was trying to find. That demon said I can't bring back the dead. Was she lying? It is not for you to know more than this. You cannot raise the dead. But each being has it within themselves to affect their own fate. Farewell, Jonathan Kent. Choose your future paths wisely.
Kismet sends Jonathan on his way through a portal made of light.
You must live or die by them.
Jonathan now finds himself on Krypton, but it's not as he has imagined it from Clark's stories. To his horror, he sees Clark dressed in his costume and being carried away by Kryptonians, heading for their afterlife. He runs after them and yells to Clark to wake up and fights with the pallbearers. Hooded and robed figures restrain him, and their cleric tells Jonathan, "You're an outsider, with no respect of things Kryptonian." "Let me be, you damned wraiths! Clark! Clark!" "Ignore his ranting, Kryptonian." "No, listen, look around you, those things carrying you." "I see Kryptonians at my side. Or do I? Cleric, something's different about them. And you."
"The heretic confuses you. He
was right! You are demons! Clark punches one of the tentacled monsters in a hooded robe, and it turns into smoke. "You're all demons, trying to confuse me by creating this obscene funeral march." Superman throws off his Kryptonian shroud and destroys the procession and their robotic attendants.
You must not resist death's grip. You have come this far. There is no turning back.
Will you just shut up? Jonathan fights back as well, and they turn to smoke at his touch. "That's it, son. Show them you haven't given up." "Let's hightail it out of here, away from the damned light." "No, Pa. I can't deny death." Jonathan shows Clark his glasses. "Recognize these? Clark Kent thinks like a human, and we can die." He snaps the glasses in half. You're Kryptonian, the last of your kind. You can't walk into death's doorway willingly, boy." Clark flies with Jonathan. "That's more like it." "I'm taking you away from this, that's all." "Son, I'm convinced that the only reason you're here is that we raised you with the concept of mortality. You've been conditioned to accept this fate. Maybe it doesn't have to be that way at all. For once, I'm begging you not to think like an Earthling." "Pa, this is as far as I can take you. I've been away too long. I'm too spent to go any further. Go on, without me." We've come too far for that, son." Jor-El pulls Superman back. "That way spells eternal damnation, Kal-El." "What? No, we're too close." "Jor-El? My true father?" "You belong with your mother and me in the light. Can't you see that it has to be this way?" "You're going to have to trust me on this, son. Because I haven't come this far just to see you walk away with this phony." Jonathan smashes Jor-El with a shovel just as he freed Clark from the electronic image of Jor-El in real life projected by Clark's ship many years ago. "He's no more real than that shovel that cropped up out of the ether. Now let's face the music and dance." They said this way leads to damnation, Pa. I'm frightened for both of us. Maybe I should go first to check that it's safe.
Have a little faith in your old man. We're doing this together. Just a little pain in my chest.
They dive into the dark hole.
He's so pale, Doctor.
Let's do it.
Jonathan and Clark fly away from the brilliant white light and back through the dark tunnel.
Can't you do anything else?
We've given him as much stimulant as...
Jonathan wakes up.
I made it. We both did. I brought him back.
Thank the Lord. Pa?
I brought Clark back to us, Ma.
Pa, oh Pa, you just lie back and tell me all about it.
Clark is back.
Is he?
He's drifted off to sleep, but his vital signs are good. This is certainly cause for rejoicing, but we're not out of the woods yet. We'll monitor Mr. Kent for the next few days to make sure he's on the road to recovery.
Jonathan was lucky. His doctor seemed pleased with his progress. I sure hate to leave them so soon. Martha's going to need a hand around the farm. It sounds like the neighbors are willing to help. I just had to get away from John's ranting about Clark being alive. I desperately want to believe him, but I can't keep kidding myself. Clark, Superman, died in my arms. Look, Daddy, a flying man.
Huh? Honey, I was dozing.
Do you think he's going to Metropolis too, Daddy?
What's everyone looking at? All I see is a red blur.
Good. Lois Lane, get hold of yourself. There are hundreds of superpowered beings in this world.
Please return to your seats as the captain's posted the seatbelt sign for our approach to Metropolis Airport. Please enjoy your stay in the Big Apricot, and we look forward to your flying with us in the future.
I better find a phone and call the Daily Planet. Perry can bring me up to speed on what's happened while I've been away.
Reports coming in from all over, sightings of a costume do-gooder who witnesses claim was Superman.
Say, ain't he supposed to be dead? Superman?
Let's go to Clarice Day in Hobbs Bay.
What do you think?
Just another publicity stunt.
Can you describe your encounter, Cindy? I drew a picture of the man who got my kitty out of the tree. He said his name was Superman. Oh, and he smelled kind of funny, too.
In Centennial Park, a stolen cab was prevented from running down a jogger.
I mean, like, these creeps are trying to turn me into roadkill, and then suddenly, he's there. He was, like, not as big as I thought he'd be, but he was gorgeous. Oh, yeah, it was him, Superman.
In Suicide Slum, a tenement fire could have been worse.
My husband and I got my boy Eldon out, but the baby's room was...
Look, no one could get in there. It was all flaming and stuff. But he saved my baby. That's Superman. The story wasn't much different at the Northport nuclear power plant.
Hey, I don't care who he was. We were 10 seconds from China syndrome when he showed up and sealed the containment tank.
And finally, a Metropolis woman who was attacked in the laundry room of her apartment building.
This used to be a safe building. I was doing my wash when this guy grabbed me. Suddenly he crashes through the wall and, well, kept the sleeves from hurting me. I'm not sorry my attacker's dead. He sure won't threaten anyone ever again.
Sure you're ready?
Gotta do it, Henderson. With all the sightings, I have to know.
I shouldn't be doing this, Lane.
You're right. And thanks.
Inspector Henderson and Lois Lane opened Superman's tomb.
Oh, no.
Only to find the casket open and empty.
He's gone.
Not really. I'd say from the look of things that he's back. Superman's back. The beginning. First sighting. A gang war in Metropolis has escalated to a new stage as punks deploy new and extremely powerful weapons called Toastmasters, leaving the charred bodies of their foes in their wake. As the police chase them off, they see a large man rising up out of a pile of rubble from a skyscraper Doomsday had leveled during his rampage.
Doomsday! Gotta stop Doomsday!
John Henry Irons awakens and rises, unaware that any time has passed since Doomsday attacked the city, reborn into the world with a hammer in his hand. First sighting. A carjacker tries to take a man's car in the street, firing his gun at the man as he drives away. A red-caped stranger accosts him. Cease firing.
Huh? Hey, don't go sneaking up on me, man. It ain't safe. Nice cape. Who you supposed to be, Zorro?
You would have stolen that man's car. You tried to kill him. That makes you my enemy.
You an enemy? Okay, tough guy.
The man fires again, but the bullets bounce off the S-shield on the stranger's chest.
No. Superman. Nah, he's dead.
He runs and climbs to a rooftop.
I seen on TV. Gotta be a trick. Yeah, some freak wearing Kevlar. Should have aimed for his head. Whoever he is, I don't want to mess with him. He stood up to 3 slugs. I should have knocked him down. He must be one strong mother.
Stop! The red-caped man flies into his path. There is no escape for such as you. You must pay the price for your crimes.
Holy mother of God!
He runs again. Running is futile. You cannot evade my power. The stranger blasts him with energy bolts.
Yeah!
He falls into the alley.
Oh man, hurts, burns. You can't be Superman. He busts people. He don't toast them.
How little you know. I have passed through the fire and the darkness and been changed. I have risen from the dead to continue the never-ending battle. I shall use the power that is mine as Krypton's son to bring justice to this earth, and all who sin shall know the vengeance of Superman. The visored Superman known as the Last Son of Krypton makes his debut, taking no prisoners in his fight for justice. First sighting. Guardian and the scientists of Cadmus find a torn S-shield on a broken tube, its occupant long gone. A scientist tied up with metal pipes tells them he twisted the metal with his bare hands and fled through the air ducts. He wasn't finished being grown, and also wasn't implanted with his intended instructions, so the project has no control over him. At a sewer pipe near Metropolis, a figure in red and blue punches the grate off the pipe, freeing himself and the Newsboy Legion, youthful clones of the project's founders.
Yow! That's some knuckle sandwich you got there, pal. You're the real stuff, all right.
Odd, the grating is virtually undamaged, yet a blow of such amplitude should...
This is a thrilling dash for freedom, big words. Lay out the science lesson. Westfield and his goons will be after you, you know. Thought this jacket could help. Maybe till you get some other clothes or something. Yeah, thanks. No problem. I mean, us newsboys kind of belong at the project, but you? Well, not like you need it, but good luck, Superboy. Hey! Don't ever call me Superboy!
Superboy is free and ready to begin his superhero career. First sighting. As dawn spreads over Metropolis, a family of tourists find the plaque marking the spot where Superman fell in front of the Daily Planet building, defending the city from doomsday. As they ponder his sacrifice, a red-caped figure flies down from the sky. This new Superman lands and picks up the plaque from the ground, staring at it intently before melting it with his heat vision. He crushes what remains in his bare hand.
Why did you burn that plaque? You? Are you?
Yes, I'm back.
The Cyborg Superman makes his first appearance, a notable one, his body reconstructed with machinery composing 3/4 of his head and face, half his chest and one arm, and one leg. Which of these, if any, is the true Superman? Only time will tell. Born again. An Antarctic research team is startled by energy readings that are off the charts and strange lights brighter than the aurora borealis in the sky. Deep beneath the ice, unbeknownst to the human world, lies Superman's fortress of solitude. Inside, his robot sentinels are busy dealing with a new arrival and a huge ball of energy.
Has the intelligence been completely isolated? Negative. His essence dispersed following dysfunction of the corporeal body. And retrieval has been limited to 98.073%. However, despite the loss, there is still a 79.237% chance for reconstruction.
I am. But where am I? I remember a battle.
High energy fluctuation.
Got to get out of here.
He lives. Our programming has been successful.
An energy being emerges from the ball.
I know this place. This is my fortress. But
how did I get here?
Interesting. The energy forms vibrations are producing sounds. He is disoriented. He attempts to vocalize in English. We must respond in kind. Do not fear. There is no...
He makes contact with the robot, scrambling its circuits.
What is going on?
You are... rendered discorporate.
I'm immaterial. Just energy.
Yes, a mobile field effect has been created to collect and contain your essence.
Discorporate? How?
You still don't recall? One moment, please, sir. We must deal with the feedback you caused in our fellow unit.
The monitor. The professor. Hamilton? Adjusted it to receive and record satellite transmissions. If I can activate it.
The energy being interacts with the controls.
I can see for myself what's been going on.
Artist's conception of the monster as he appeared.
Justice League America was ruthlessly attacked by a creature that is being called Doomsday.
Following a cross-country chase, Superman is faced off against Doomsday in the very heart of Metropolis.
Superman has reportedly been seriously injured. Superman was declared dead at approximately 6:23 p.m. A solemn drum beat as the world's great heroes march along in tribute, following their gallant leader one last time.
Dead?
The world will long remember this great man who sacrificed his own life to end the threat of Doomsday. God bless him.
Dead.
Mourners continue to visit his tomb in Metropolis's Centennial Park, leaving tributes to this last son of Krypton, who grew up to become the most American of heroes.
No. It can't end this way. The body. The real power must still be in the body.
Sir, where are you going?
The energy being departs the fortress in a rush. Things are quiet in Centennial Park 2 weeks after the funeral. The flood of mourners has somewhat died down at Superman's statue and tomb. The energy being arrives there.
So great a distance, but it seemed to take only instants.
Pretty flowers. Pretty, pretty. Never miss one.
Odd. She takes no notice of me. Is she that lost within her own mind? Or is it simply that no human being can perceive me in this form? I can test that later.
He enters the tomb.
If I'm unsuccessful in regaining physical substance. The body is definitely in there. I can feel the raw power stirring within. Over 30 years of bioconverted solar energy is stored in this body. If I can't reclaim it, I'll forever remain an immaterial wraith.
The energy being touches Superman's body.
Ah! The power! The power!
Outside, the statue begins to glow.
Oh, I'm sorry. You can have the flower back. You can have some of my stuff, too. You can have it all. The cape. I can touch it. Hold it. I'm alive again. Alive. But I feel so strange. So lightheaded. The air. Musty in here. Got to get out.
The energy being now inhabits the body of Superman.
What? There's electrical circuitry buried in this wall. I can somehow sense it. There are control systems here. Alarms.
He deactivates Lex's alarms.
And a passageway. Who would put such things in a tomb? Unless... No. How could anyone anticipate my return? Well, I can hardly complain about it. Ah! The light! Blinding! But why? I've stared into the sun. Something has changed within me. I'm not safe here. I must return to the fortress. Can't let anybody see me. Not before I'm good and ready. Feel funny doing this in the first place. Somebody's gotta. Hello, Superman. This is your old pal, Bibbo. I hope God don't mind if we talk a while. We all miss you, Superman. We miss you terrible bad. I've been thinking about you a lot, pal. We tried so hard to bring you back.
Radio 9 News Time, 4:43. More after this.
Professor Ham and me and all them paramedicals, we tried and we tried. I guess God needed you more. Not that I begrudge him. But this picture keeps haunting me. It just ain't the same here without you. These shirts, you could have made a mint from merchandising, but you never kept a dime. You always gave your part to charity, a real share-to-wealth guy, just like me.
Violent crime continues to worsen in all parts of the city. In related news, doctors report a sharp increase in cases of clinical depression in the wake of Superman's death.
Hear that, Superman? Things are falling apart down here. Supergirl and Gangbuster have been working real hard, but somehow it just ain't enough. Now what I got in mind might strike some folks as disrespectful, but I sure hope you don't think so, Superman. Ain't nobody in this world I respects more than you. You are my favorite. I know I'm not man enough to fill your boots, but I'm still gonna give it my best shot.
Bibbo Bibowski, once a prize fighter in his prime, now merely a lottery winner who opened the Ace of Clubs bar, puts on an S-shield himself, his old boxing shorts, and sets out to do his best to live up to the legacy of a Superman, though only a man himself. Truly, this is the spirit of Superman and his greatest power, to inspire the ordinary people of the world to do what good we can.
The way I sees it, we all gotta pull together, do everything we can to help each other out. I know that's the way you'd have wanted it. Well, I won't let you down, pal. I'm gonna help everybody I can, and I'm gonna do it all in your memory. If it's a Superman that Metropolis needs, it's a Superman they'll get.
Bless Krypton and the House of L. Their legacy, the technology of this fortress has given me new life. This glorious regeneration matrix has ensured that the heart of Krypton's last sun keeps beating. It channels life-giving energies to me. Now that I can no longer absorb them directly from the sun and stars. Now that I am limited. Once I could see to the ends of the earth if I so desired. Now, the dimmest light bulb blinds me. If not for this visor, I'd be helpless. I must not give in to despair. I may have lost the gift of supernormal sight, but I am alive. Yes, I am alive. My senses, my body may have changed, but I am still strong. I still possess powers and abilities far beyond those of mortal men. I can still fly, free of gravity's hold. I must be more careful with those energy blasts.
Sir, is something amiss?
No, of course not. See that this wall is repaired and reinforced.
Yes, sir.
You there, Unit 3. I ordered the monitor reconfigured to produce less glare, not more.
Apologies, sir, but you also ordered the display of all Metropolis news transmissions. The new monitor will be ready in 5.2 hours. This is an interim measure. Robbery at the 12th Street branch of First Metro Security Bank. The daring bandits got away with an estimated $60,000. It was the city's fifth such holdup in as many days.
Citing the growing general malaise in urban centers worldwide in the days following Superman's death, public health officials fear a dramatic rise in the incidence of suicides and attempted. Loss of 37 lives. The intense heat of the blaze kept 5 riders at bay, said one weary smoke eater. We sure could have used.
A surprising number of people have joined a cult which gathers daily at Superman's tomb, awaiting his resurrection. Members of the cult, which originated in California, worship the late hero as a messiah and maintain that he will rise from the grave to carry on the never-ending battle.
Superman! 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 Yes, I hear you. Unit 4, Unit 9.
Sir?
Sir?
I want the cape and shield.
Yes, sir. They were prepared as per your orders of this morning. Sir, you just returned to us 16.7 hours ago. Wouldn't it be wise for you to recuperate more from your ordeal before?
No, I cannot rest while the world is in such a desperate state. The people cry out for me, for Superman. I must be their champion once more. I am needed in Metropolis.
What are you? No! Stay away from me! Help! Help!
Shut up.
Please!
I said shut up. Ain't nobody gonna help you. You and me, we're gonna party.
No! Help!
Superman crashes through the wall.
Get away from that woman. What in the hell? Hell? I have seen hell, fool. Put down that gun or I will send you there.
The robber shoots at him.
Son of a...
Superman crushes the gun in his hand.
That was the wrong decision. Who are you? I'm Superman. You can't be Superman. He's dead. No.
Superman shoves the punk through the wall.
You are.
Oh, my God.
Do not be afraid. He can no longer harm you. I have seen to that. You are safe now.
No, I'm not sorry my attacker's dead. He sure won't threaten anyone ever again.
The news reports on Superman's other activities. The carjacker seen in his first sighting is in critical condition in the hospital. A heroin smuggling boat was smashed to pieces, and a high-rise cat burglar was found hanging from a 7th-story flagpole. A plane begins to crash over Metropolis, causing a panic in the streets below. Superman flies under it and levels off its flight, bringing it down slowly.
Officer, please radio for assistance. I already have, sir.
Captain's never gonna believe this. I don't believe this.
He lands the plane in an empty park.
One moment, Johnny was laughing and smiling, and the next, he's dead, isn't he?
Yes, his heart failed. Too much time has elapsed. He cannot be revived.
Geez, buddy, you have to be so blunt.
See, it's him. It's really him. He's back. Oh, thank the Lord. He's come back.
Lois Lane emerges from a taxi and rushes to the new Superman.
I can't get any closer, lady. I'm breaking the law. Just pulling in here.
It's okay. This is close enough. Hey, you with the cape. Hold it right there, Buster.
Superman!
Let me touch you. Please, heal my child. We need to talk. Get us out of here.
He lifts her up and flies her away from the crowd.
Hey, Superman, come back. Who the hell is that? Yeah, how come she rates? I think this is far enough.
As you wish.
As you wish? He looks like Clark, but he sounds so cold, so hollow. I've been trying to find you since I heard about you. Who are you? What's your game?
I'm Superman.
I don't understand your second question.
I'm not playing any game.
Superman never hid his face, and he didn't wear black like an executioner.
No, not before. But I have been through much. I have changed.
If you're really Superman, tell me who I am. Or don't you know me?
You? Yes, I know you. You're Lois Lane, a reporter. Before my passing, you were an important part of my life. You were the first to write about me.
His voice, it's softening. He's starting to sound more like Clark. Not like Superman, like Clark. Don't you cry, Lois Lane. Don't you dare start to cry. And don't give anything away. Demand proof. That I'm a reporter is a matter of public record. Tell me something that only Superman could know.
I know that we were more than friends. You were engaged to marry Clark Kent. Kent loved you very much. He trusted you completely, even with the secret of his double life.
Then you are.
I am sorry. I grieve for your loss, Miss Lane.
What are you saying? If it's really you, Clark?
No, we must not speak of this again. As I told you, things have changed. I have changed. Kent is gone. There is only Superman now.
Wait, don't go. Dear God in heaven. If he's lying, someone's learned that Clark was Superman. And if he's telling the truth, I've lost Clark all over again.
The man who rose from the rubble seeking doomsday, John Henry Irons, is currently in hiding under the name Henry Johnson as he tries to set a good example for the neighborhood kids of Suicide Slum. That's Hobbs Bay to the tourists, but to the residents it's always been, and will always be, known as Suicide Slum.
Hey, Mr. Johnson, tell us the story of John Henry. Not again. The guy ain't even real.
He's real, Zoid. My great-granddaddy worked right alongside him. He's the one told me the story. You see, back in the old days, men called steel drivers used 10-pound hammers to pound steel drills into rock to make holes for blasting explosives. Then, one day, the managers brought in an experimental steam-driven steel drill. They claimed the engine, called it the Inky Poo, could out-pound any man alive. Well, John Henry laughed at that, and bet he could beat that Inky Poo in a race. He lifted a 20-pound hammer in each hand, and he started pounding. Half an hour later, he drilled 2 7-foot holes, almost twice as far as the steam engine.
As he tells the story, though, a drive-by shooting is occurring only a few blocks away, and the fiendishly powerful Toastmaster is making very quick work of the rival gang members.
I don't see why John Henry is such a big deal anyway. He's like dead. He pounded so hard a blood vessel in his brain burst and he died. He may be dead, Zoid, but he won.
You've got a point, Keith. You kids run on. Myra will be looking for you.
I still don't see what's so great about that John Henry dude. He went up against something everybody knew couldn't be beat, and he beat it all the same. He's cool, sort of like Superman. Mr. Johnson can make any dude seem like Superman. You've been fooled by production values, man. Johnson's voice sounds like Darth Vader. Ah!
Just then, the gang members drive by the kids and blast Zoid with the Toastmaster.
Zoid!
Steal. Keith, Henry, move!
John dives at the kids, tackling them to safety just as another blast lands behind them.
Some kind of gang fight. We got caught in the middle. Zoid! They killed Zoid!
It's impossible. Please, Lord, let it be impossible.
John chases after the car.
Yo, Dutch, big guy came out of nowhere. He's after us. Probably one of theirs. Yeah, right, like he's gonna catch a Mustang on foot. He cut across the empty lot, man. He's jumping over them heaps. You got the Toastmaster, man. Just pop him. Yeah, I got the...
John leaps at the car and grabs the frame of the window and the large weapon.
Hey!
The gun! Give it to me!
It's impossible, man. He's breaking the gun. Peel him off, man. You got it, bro. Just like a banana. Interfering punk ain't dead. We come back and finish him. Teach him not to mess with the sharks.
The car swerves into a brick wall, scraping him off, leaving John and the broken gun behind.
Secret weapons. Destroyed prototypes. What are they doing in Metropolis?
Later, at the hospital.
The nurses here been looking after you, Henry? Mm-hmm. I just bet they have.
Myra?
She got a haircut and put on her dress-up clothes to come see you. Keith, honey, you hush now. How's your back, Henry? Hey, I just realized your name's Henry Johnson, like John Henry backwards.
How about that? Hope nobody else figures it out.
Why?
Never mind, short stuff. How's Zoid's family taking his death?
Well, it can be expected.
When I think how I hurried you kids home, I practically shoved you into the middle of that firefight.
It's not your fault. You didn't know. I just wish Superman was alive. Superman saved me a couple of times. He wouldn't let something like that happen. He...
You know, Keith, Superman saved me once, too. I was at my job working the high steel, but I couldn't keep my mind off some bad things that had happened. Things I figured were my fault. I was sort of wondering if I even deserved to be alive. That's when my friend Pete Skywalker had been pulling a lot of overtime. He caught his foot and tripped. I grabbed a cable and swung out. I managed to grab Pete and got him onto a platform. That's when the hook holding the cable came loose. Ching! That's when I started to fall. Those things I'd done, things I was sorry for, flashed through my mind. Figured I'd never get a chance to put things right now. And that's when Superman saved me. I said, I owe you my life. Then make it count for something. I knew then that I meant to repay him. Wasn't long after that Doomsday smashed his way into Metropolis. The fight moved nearby, and the foreman cleared everybody off the building. I saw the fight. I knew what I had to do. I had to stop Doomsday. I had to save Superman. Something happened then. An explosion, they say, caused by a ruptured gas main. The building fell, buried me in the unfinished basement. All I could think was, this can't happen. I can't die. I owe my life to Superman. And I was buried quite a while. Don't remember much of it. Fog, angels and demons. I think my granddaddy. He didn't want me to die. Funny. I must have been a little out of my head because I clawed my way out, still thinking I had to stop Doomsday. Wednesday. Glad to be out of the hospital. Doc said by rights I should have died that time too. Got more lives than a cat these days. Zoid's dead. Like it or not, I helped kill him. How can I make a thing like that right? Superman. I owe him a life. He said make it count. Metropolis needs a Superman.
Horoscope said this would be my lucky day, and here you are. Welcome home. Come in and have some tea, and I'll tell you more. It's all in the cards.
No thanks, Rosie. Last thing I need is somebody looking into my future.
How come you're going down to that basement?
You're the fortune teller, Rosie. You tell me.
That Johnson hero's been out of the hospital about a week now. Time to bring him a little homecoming present.
John Henry fought the machine and won. What I'm fighting is a deadlier kind of machine.
Using the building's furnace to mold metal, John Henry Irons fashioned steel armor with a red cape, complete with flight boots, a wrist-mounted rivet gun, and a large hammer.
One I helped put in motion. One I'm gonna stop, even if it kills me.
What's he doing down there? Don't matter. 5 seconds from now, he's gonna be dead.
Gang members toss a Molotov cocktail into the basement of John's building.
Firebomb hit the oil reservoir. Flames everywhere.
Eee!
That's Rosie. Her door is locked. Get back from the door.
John smashes down the psychic's door with his hammer.
The Man of Steel is coming through.
The Man of Steel makes his public debut, wearing an S-shield on his chest to honor the man who saved his life.
Who?
You're the psychic. You tell me.
Oh, I know who you are. What you don't know is the hearse are in there, trapped on the 2nd floor, in the back.
The Man of Steel flies the psychic to safety.
Thanks, I'll take care of it, he said. He carried the others out of the building, and then he was gone. I'm a professional, you understand. I see the future. I knew all along Superman would return, and now he has. Not necessarily in his own body, of course. Have you ever heard of a walk-in spirit? A what?
The news reports on the heroics of the new Man of Steel, complete with the psychic's words about him playing host to Superman's spirit. Lex Luthor is only concerned about the superweapons being used by the gangs. They aren't his, so that means there's a new player in town. Lex orders his assistant Happerson to gather information about them. The Man of Steel spots the car from the drive-by and elects to follow the gang members in hopes of finding their supplier. Once they reach their destination, he strikes. John's hammer flies through the wall, and he soon follows it, tossing a thug to the ground and knocking over their dealing table.
Just a sales meeting. Time to drop these wheeler dealers and get some answers.
It's the Man of Steel. Do it. I got him, Dutch. Bing, bing.
They open fire, but the bullets bounce off the S-shield on John's chest.
Not with that gun, Pinhead.
Steel snatches the normal gun out of the punk's hand.
This gun.
The other one opens fire with the Toastmaster, narrowly missing Steel as he dodges.
I'll hold it for you, Dutch. Thanks, Mucus.
The gang member grabs John about the waist, but the other one blasts a hole straight through him, knocking John into the wall.
Chalk up another 2 to the Toastmaster.
Toastmasters. BG-80s. My design.
John remembers his hand in the creation of these powerful guns, back when he worked for the military as a weapons designer, as well as the other times death touched his life.
All those deaths. My fault.
Don't look, John. I should have been here.
All my fault. The BG-80s shouldn't have gotten out, son, but they've been tested now. Well tested. Effective, son. Very effective.
Some kind of gang fight. We got caught in the middle. Zoid! They killed Zoid!
So many guns. So many killed. Not anymore. The deaths end here. Dutch!
He opens fire with his rivet gun. 4 steel rivets pin Dutch to the wall by his sleeves.
Where'd you get this piece, Dutch?
I knew Dutch would be trouble. Glad I decided to keep an eye on him.
Where'd it come from?
The White Rabbit.
A white-haired woman has the Man of Steel in her sights as he interrogates Dutch.
That voice, like the wrath of God. I know that voice. That's John Henry Irons. He's the Superman they call the Man of Steel. But what's he doing here?
Makes a good bedtime story, Dutch. Now how about the truth?
He makes a formidable opponent. His efforts are already cutting into my profits. Better kill him while I can. It's the truth. It's the bunny.
Dutch is shot in the head by the White Rabbit's scoped rifle.
You had a beat on the Man of Steel, Rabbit. Why'd you pop Dutch? Dutch was singing his heart out, Lug. And if there's one thing I hate, it's a pigeon.
But the Man of Steel?
He's potentially more profitable than both of you combined. He might listen to reason, or to blackmail. No, there's no point in killing him, yet. There are 4 guys out there who claim to be Superman. The kid who says he's a clone of Superman, the cyborg who claims he's Superman rebuilt, the fascist in shades, and the Man of Steel the fortune teller said is Superman returned in a different body. She called him a walk-in spirit. Can something like that actually be possible?
From his hospital bed, Jonathan Kent sees the Man of Steel on the news.
Martha, Martha, come here. You've got to come see this. It's like I told you. It's our boy. He's come back from the dead.
A WLEX camera crew on the scene of the shootout got these dramatic shots as the Man of Steel stepped into the middle of a firefight in his one-man fight to ban illegal weapons from the streets of Metropolis.
It can't be.
Can it?
The person supplying those weapons is a newcomer to Metropolis, Mr. Luther, who is called the White Rabbit.
Why White Rabbit?
Unknown, sir. Perhaps because she has so many bolt holes. She's never been caught, sir. It took me 24 hours just to learn her street name.
A White Rabbit's a woman, then. Interesting. I wonder if the Man of Steel's quarrel with her is personal. For now, we'll let him handle her. But I want to talk to him, Happerson. It might be useful to finally have a Man of Steel in my pocket. Thursday. The pain has yet to go away. It rips at her heart, her soul, like a slashing knife. He was her lover, her fiancé, and best friend. But death claimed his life, and she still hasn't learned to live without him. The cruel rumors and empty casket have only made it worse.
Face it, Lois. The fact that you're here just proves how desperate you really are. All of a sudden, people nationwide are claiming sights of Superman, and you're chasing them down like some gossip reporter chasing Elvis's ghost sightings. But still, no matter how unlikely it is, if anyone could come back from... No! I am not a desperate woman. I cannot let myself slip into a desperate state of irrationality.
Miss Lane, I'm Dr. Meyer. I'm the one who phoned your assignment editor.
You're also the one who claims to have seen Superman, Doctor. Please don't take my skepticism personally.
Not at all, Miss Lane. Believe me when I said I would share your cynicism had I not seen the man myself. But I met Superman once before, and I'm convinced that the man who helped us was definitely the Man of Steel. We had a train here picking up some of our nuclear waste when we experienced an accident. One of the containers had cracked, and we were in grave danger of contamination. But then this man flew down from out of nowhere, picked up the container, and carried it off.
Couldn't that have been one of a number of heroes, Doctor?
True, we may have been too far away to get a good look at him, but one of our security cameras captured him on film. See for yourself.
You have a photo?
Lois examines the photograph.
Lord, it can't be.
Though his face is shadowed, it appears to be Superman.
I think it is, Miss Lane. The evidence doesn't lie. Superman is alive.
Alive. Superman storms into Star Labs and demands to see the visiting mayor, asking him where Doomsday's body is.
One thing about Metropolis, when the weather gets the least bit messy, gridlock is the instant result. Might as well turn on my police scanner to see if there's an accident up ahead.
Sawyer's unit is to report to Star Labs immediately. Believe it or not, Mayor Berkowitz is there, and he swears Superman just stormed out of there.
Is this for real? Maybe the office has some more information, if this could possibly be true.
Lois phones the Daily Planet from her car phone.
Yeah, we heard the report about Berkowitz too, Lois. I don't know if it's true, but check this out. The police have searched everywhere. There's no sign of Superman's body. He's gone.
Then the same people who stole his body before must be back at it. Well, I'm going to walk right in there and get to the bottom of this. If I have to burn down all Project Cadmus to do it.
Alarms go off at Cadmus, and Director Paul Westfield orders all their defenses activated. A team of flying elite shock troops head out, but Superman blazes past them.
Nothing can move that fast. Nothing. Well, something just did. Better alert the next wave of defense.
The scanners reveal the amalgamation of flesh and metal that is the Cyborg Superman as he charges past all their defense systems, shrugging off the cannon fire like it was nothing.
Your weapons can't hurt me. Give me what I want and I'll leave.
Damn, turn the lights back on so I can see who I'm up against.
There's no way you're going to stop me. I've come for Doomsday.
It can't be.
The lights reveal that the Cyborg Superman stands before them.
Give him to me. Now.
Superman? This has got to be some kind of sick joke. I watched you die with my own eyes. I was there when they buried you.
I've come back, Harper. I'm different due to the damage. But it's me.
I am Superman. Who knows what constitutes death or life for Doomsday? I'm taking him away while I have the chance.
Don't do him anything, Guardian. He must be a fake. Doomsday won't go anywhere. He's stuck in the finest security cell on Earth.
Your help isn't necessary. I'll find him with my powers.
Superman examines the floor with his X-ray vision. Look, you're wasting your time. The monster is dead. He hasn't twitched since...
Since he killed me, Harper. There.
Wait!
Doomsday is war come to life.
Superman crashes through the floor to Doomsday's level.
He's far too dangerous to be kept here. You genetic manipulation freaks are likely to try cloning an army of Doomsdays. I won't allow it.
You're breaking a whole slew of federal laws, mister. And not even the real Superman was powerful enough to open that vault.
I'm more than I used to be, Westfield. I'm part machine.
Superman opens his cybernetic arm and extends cables into Cadmus's computers.
I could command my reconstructed self as though it were living metal. It's child's play to tap into your system and override your computers to open the door.
Beep, beep.
I'm more than I was before, Westfield. Better.
Superman confronts the body of his killer, Doomsday.
You, Doomsday. Destroyer, berserker, murderer. They never even bothered to wash my blood off, you butcher. Even in death you wear it like a badge of honor. I can't let them keep you. It's like giving children the keys to a nuclear arsenal. They should have destroyed you. Green Lantern could have atomized you with his ring. John could have shattered your bones. But they didn't. Fool.
Back off, freak!
No.
Superman takes Doomsday's body and wraps him in cables. You're not Superman. I don't know what you are, but you can't be him. And there's no way in hell I'm letting you take a specimen like that out of here.
Watch me.
This is it. Near as I can tell, I should be standing right above Cadmus now. If they've taken Clark's body, I'll... What's that sound? Almost sounds like someone flying.
Lois sees Superman flying off with Doomsday's body.
Clark? You... It's really you.
She collapses in the rain.
Oh.
He carries the monster into space.
Have you really come back to me, Clark? Is it really you?
Perfect. That asteroid is just what I need. This is it, Doomsday. These cables will be your burial suit. And this asteroid's frozen ore, melted around you, will be your casket. Let the cold vacuum of space be your eternal resting place.
Superman welds the creature's cable to the rock with heat vision.
It's more than you deserve.
Superman places a small transmitter on the asteroid.
A precaution. A warning device of my own creation. Should anybody ever remove these bonds, I'll know about it. Deep space sensor scan complete. Planetary courses computed. I know where to throw you, Doomsday. On this trajectory, you'll never intersect with any galaxy, planet, or moon. You'll float forever. Buried in the infinite void.
He hurls the rock into space.
Get yourself together, girl. It couldn't have been him. It must have been... had to be... someone else.
Superman returns to talk to Lois.
You're Lois Lane, the one who first named me.
Oh!
The one who first named me Superman.
What? How can...
I know, I'm different. Perhaps unpleasant to look at. But it's me.
You look... so... I mean... does it hurt? It looks like you must be in pain.
No, the pain was dying. Now, I live.
But how did you come back? You're part machine?
I can't remember. So much of my past, my memories, are a haze.
That's rather convenient, pal. Anybody could put on a blue suit and claim to be Superman. If you're really Superman, prove it. Tell me something only he could know.
My memory, so much of it is gone. There are snippets I remember, voices and faces that last for milliseconds. But I remember a farm in Kansas. The name, Kent.
He knows. Only Clark could know those things.
It's frustrating, but I've been through so much, and I'm still not the way I should be. I want to remember. I want to know.
Look, I might be able to help you. There's an acquaintance of yours who worked with you in the past. If anybody can verify your authenticity, it's Professor Hamilton.
Lois takes Superman to Emil Hamilton's lab.
Good golly, Miss Lane. I've seen some pretty spectacular sights in my day, but this one beats them all hands down.
I realize how extraordinary this must seem, Professor, but these tests must be run. We must know if this is really Superman.
Well, I've probably run more scans on Superman than anyone on Earth. If this man is a fraud, I'll find out for sure.
Good, because I have my doubts.
Begin your examination, Professor. I am confident of the results.
And try not to move, whoever. Sensor scan beginning.
So what is he? Some Tinker Toy set come to life?
Quite the opposite. Remember that I've examined that Kryptonian artifact, the Eradicator. I know my Kryptonian alloys when I see them. This man's machine half is definitely Kryptonian in nature. As for his biological half, all DNA testing matches up with the true Superman's. There isn't the slightest bit of deviation.
But what about his memory loss? If he's really Superman, why can't he remember?
He's experienced severe trauma, Miss Lane. Death, and apparently some kind of rebirth. Trauma victims often exhibit such problems.
What is it, Professor? What are you telling me here?
I'm telling you that we're probably dealing with a Kryptonian cyborg, or Superman reconstructed. I'm telling you that all my tests and data have me thoroughly convinced. I would say, with great probability, that this man is Superman, come back to life.
As the asteroid hurtles through space. It has been said that in space, no one can hear you scream. True. But if we could bend the laws of science and assume that we could hear for just a few seconds, we would hear laughter. Doomsday has also come back to life. He won't be seen in this story, but he will reappear in Superman Doomsday Hunter Prey, published roughly a year from this appearance, and which I promise to also adapt at some nearby point. It's the big rematch, and we finally learn Doomsday's origin when Superman goes into space to hunt the creature down, and we see what Doomsday did on other planets and how they dealt with him. Also written, and the art layout's done by the writer of this comic and my favorite Superman writer, Dan Jurgens. It's quite a tale. However, if you just have to have more of Dan Jurgens' Superman before I get to Hunter Prey, I did adapt his Superman Aliens crossover with Dark Horse Comics, and that's fun too, also a Superman space adventure. But when facing Doomsday, Superman has to be at his maximum power. When he faces the aliens, he's losing his powers, making them a real threat. But on we go with today's stories. These are both stories for another time. On an otherwise quiet morning in Metropolis, punks are shooting at Superman's statue and bragging about how much better they're doing as criminals without him around. Then they decide to use their stolen taxi to run down an attractive young female jogger. It seems there's little hope for the young lady, until suddenly, out of the sky, comes Superman! The young clone of him at any rate, and he smashes the cab with one hand while lifting the jogger to safety with the other. Don't worry, no way I'd let anyone kill a beautiful babe like you. Also chancing to do so by copping a feel of her curvy behind. Hey, it was 1993, folks. What do you want from me? Casual sex is a warning for many of Superboy's scenes, and I ask your forgiveness under a writ of boys will be boys. And it is a Superman comic after all, so it stays pretty innocent, at least. The Adventures of Superman, when he was a boy.
Ugh. Oh, man. That's Man of Steel to you punks. You can't be.
Superman? Well now, let's see. Big red S on chest? Check. Fly? Like a bird, or even a plane. Lucky for you. Super strong? No doubt about it.
The young Superman tears the door off the car.
You punks want to test my invulnerability and go for the really big prize?
chill, man. We will be giving you no trouble.
He crushes the cheap punk's gun like cheap plastic.
Got that right. Nice shades. They're yours, man. My gift.
He adds the stylish, small, round sunglasses to his look.
Thank you, citizen. It's really you, but I thought you were dead. I got better, babe. Lots better.
Superboy impulsively kisses the young woman.
Mwah.
We hear the gunfire. What? Who?
Book 'em, top cops. Me? I got a never-ending battle with my name on it.
He flies away from the policeman.
That couldn't have been.
Hey, he's Superman in my book. Even though some ways, he's just a boy.
Bibbo, dressed in his Superman shirt, hands out food to the hungry and needy in the poorest district of Metropolis. Suicide Slum.
It ain't much, folks, but these sandwiches will help some. I know times is tough.
These things safe, man? I mean, someone stapled this plastic wrap.
Bibbo ain't forcing it down your throat, kid.
It's okay, Deke. I know Superman would have done it better. I'm just doing what I can, trying to help out like he would have wanted.
Man, is it supposed to smell this way?
Hey, listen.
My babies. My babies.
An old woman is weeping on the dock, and Bibbo rushes to her.
What is it, lady?
Couldn't watch them starve. Didn't know you'd bring food. Sent them to a better world. 3 puppies.
Puppies? Oh, I would have took 'em.
He dives into the water and swims to the bottom, carrying a tied sack back up to the surface.
Gah, here, take 'em. Well,
It don't look good, Bibbo. Don't look good at all.
Once the sack is opened, though, it seems to be too late.
can't even save a puppy. Not even one little pup, you worthless soul.
One of them survived. It's a miracle.
Bibbo cradles the puppy with the white fur as it happily licks his face.
Guess it's kinda like my favorite would say. Miracle just need a little elbow grease to get him rolling. I'll give this pup a good home, and name him for my favorite, who's kinda last of his litter too. Gonna name him Krypton.
At the Daily Planet, Lois Lane confers with Jimmy Olsen, unaware she has a visitor.
I want to believe he's back, Jimmy. But with 3 Supermen running around, I have to remain professionally skeptical until I meet them all night. Oh, Miss Lane, I know you've been through a lot, but I think you better get ready for a self-shock.
Lois finds Superboy sitting at her desk with his feet up on it, casually reading a copy of the Planet.
Lois, I thought we had a deal. You know, I save the world, you write it up, we both end up on page 1. But no, I get page 6. No byline, right under Hammer Hobble's home. You know, I would have gotten rid of Doomsday too. Just getting around to it. You can't be Superman. The one and only, contrary to current, but wow, my death really aged you, huh, Lois? Superman, Superboy is more like. Ooh!
The young Superman grabs Jimmy by the collar and flips him upside down, holding him in the air with one hand.
Listen, pal. Please don't call me Superboy, okay? Sure, no problem, Superman. Thanks.
He sets Jimmy back down.
See? He's convinced. I don't have time for this. The real Superman was at least old enough to shave. Okay. You forced me to do this. It's supposed to be a secret, but, well, I'm a clone of Superman. Not his love child? Come on, kid. This is the Daily Planet, not the National Whisper. Hey, what'll it take, Lois? A whole new look? Maybe if I slick back my hair and wear...
Superboy puts his glasses on, resembling a young Clark with his hair back.
What are you doing? Whoa!
He is distracted by an attractive woman walking angrily through the bullpen.
Clark? Gotta bail, Lois. My super sense told me there's this, emergency situation, and I just gotta handle it personally.
He chases after her.
Thought the planet'd be easier than GBS, but no, you're still in school, kid. Tell you what I'll do, kid. A bake-off. Well, Chief, this'll be the best piece you ever read, or my name isn't...
Superboy scoops her up and flies her to a rooftop.
That's an interesting name. You spell that with 4 A's or 5? Put me down! I'm a reporter! No, you're way too hot to be a reporter. Well, a newspaper reporter. Save it for the boys in blue. Just who do you think you You're one of those Supermen, but you're so young.
It's just a haircut. Fools everyone. Don't buy it, huh? Okay, guess I can tell you. It's a secret, but I'm a... The young Superman tells his story to Tana Moon on the air, a valuable exclusive for her news station, GBS. Clone of Superman. I don't have my memories because there was no living brain, but hey, less mental baggage.
Not a hoax, not a dream. The Metropolis Marvel is back, and GBS has him. Stay tuned for my exclusive updates. I'm Tana Moon, and...
Seeing this, Lex Luthor smashes his TV with a bat.
Get Happerson. Tell him I want packet. Now.
Switchboard's been going non-stop. The public can't get enough of your Superboy, Tana.
Superman, Vinny. He doesn't like being called Superboy.
Tana's boss, Vincent Edge, orders her to get more footage of their new Superman in action, and he suggests a rough part of town that's been taken over by a small gang for him to clear out. Tana agrees, though she doesn't like the casual attitude Vincent has toward her Superman's safety in his quest for ratings. And so, eager to prove himself, Superboy rides on Tana's news chopper to the area for his first mission.
Tana Moon, live, high above Easy Street in Suicide Slum. Easy Street, a gaudy row of vice and crime where everything and everyone has a price. And where, according to GBS sources, the wanted felon Steel Hand has barricaded himself behind a deadly gauntlet.
Not for long, Tana.
Thanks, Superman. Your headset microphone's loud and clear.
Then, it's showtime. He jumps down to the street. Okay, where's Steel Hand?
Our sources say Steel Hand is holed up in the Silk Glove Club, Superman. About 8 blocks ahead of you. Why not just fly down there and capture him?
What, and miss all this fun, Tana?
The Hand don't like costumes like you poking round, boy. Guess we gotta teach you one of Easy Street's hard lessons.
Large, muscular thug dogpile the young hero. He easily throws all the large men off of him. Wake up and smell the coffee, juicers. You're dealing with Superman. 3 women open fire on Superman with automatic weapons.
Superman, huh? Heard yous was back. Maybe you should have stayed dead.
But then I wouldn't have met you charming gals. The bullets bounce harmlessly off him as he smiles at the assault. Look, I'm sure it's society's fault you're here, and I wish I had time to get to know each of you personally. But business before pleasure. Superboy pounds the street, sending a shockwave through the ground that knocks the ladies off their feet.
Ah! The rest of Easy Street looks clear, Superman. Keep the camera tight on him, Gordon.
Some gauntlet, huh, Tana? I took everything old Rusty Fingers could throw at me, and I didn't even work up a super sweat. On the rooftops, the Guardian keeps a secret watch over the boy, and has taken out a team of snipers in his path. Maybe you should go to a commercial or something. Rest of Easy Street's gonna be easy as pop.
Aye! My leg!
A manhole explodes with a fiery blast.
Superman, you alright?
No problemo, Tana. I'm invulnerable. I think. It'll take more than one exploding manhole to stop me. More begin to go off, and he dodges between them.
Good Lord, there's 10, 12 columns of flame. The whole street's erupting. We've lost sight of Superman.
Chill, Tana. I'm clear. Old Rusty's got me shaking now, boys and girls. Oh yeah, I'm getting out of town on the next bus. A huge bus armed with a plate of spikes charges out at Superman. Oh, come on. It was a joke. It slams him into a building, which then explodes.
That bus must have been loaded with explosives. Half the block is gone. I didn't see a driver. It could have been remote controlled, but... Superman, can you read me?
Don't get your hopes up, Tana. The blast trashed the kid's headset in.
Wait, Gordon. Down there, through the smoke.
Superman emerges from the rubble. Okay, trying to kill me is one thing, but that was my only jacket. This means war.
Well, didn't stop him, Steelhand. He stripped the lasers and... Huh? They're gone. The lasers are gone.
Titanium jaws have been ripped to shreds. Ditto the pit. Nothing's slowing him down. He's off the screen.
Steelhand's lair begins to shake. Superman crashes through the wall. Don't get up, hairballs. I can let myself in.
Tony, Sal, blast him.
Try it, fellas, and I'll take you apart. Like this. He grabs the thug's guns and explodes them with his touch. Ah! Now, what was I doing before? Steel Hand punches him with his metal fist. Turn! Oh yeah, I remember. Superman knocks him out with one punch. Steel Hand, glass jaw. It figures.
Did you use X-ray vision to determine Steel Hand's exact location, Superman?
You kidding? I was so mad I just plowed right in there. I mean, that was a nice jacket.
Had to talk to someone, Martha. Have you been watching GBS's report on the young Superman? This has been ton of moon.
Oh no, Lois. All these Supermen, they stir Jonathan up a mite. He's sleeping now, but his heart, you know.
I know how he feels. I can't tell if I want to laugh or cry or scream or... Well, take this kid. Oh, he's arrogant, but he pulled a strange stunt at the office. And a bomb burst only hurt his jacket, just like Clark's capes, Martha. So I started thinking, what was Clark like at 15? What if he had all his powers back then? Maybe he'd act just like this kid.
Now, you know no boy we raised would ever act that way, Lois. Powers or not.
I guess that's just it, Martha. You didn't raise this boy. Martha, do you know what a clone is?
Ah, the end of a totally perfect day. Metropolis has got to feel safer knowing Superman's back on the job. Yeah, I can almost hear them say, I disagree with almost everything about you, son. But you did okay out there today. Cadmus's guardian has found the young Superman as he looks over the city from a rooftop. Guardian? Don't tell me you're going to try to drag me back to the project. Not this time. No? Fresh. Speaking of fresh, check out the jacket. GBS is going to make sure I'm always prepared. That's fine, son. But remember, things are seldom as they seem. You won't always have a guardian angel. Like when the rooftop thug tried to hit you with poison gas back on Easy Street. Easy Street? No way. I was primed. I would have noticed. I mean, unless you move without making any noise. Superboy turns and finds that the Guardian has silently disappeared. Guardian? You know, come to think of it, the volume was way up on Easy Street. I could have missed a few things. Tana meets with Vinny Edge to celebrate their success. Come in, Tana, come in. Glad you can make it on such short notice.
You get the overnight ratings on my Steel Hand report and expect me to stay home, Vinny? What are the numbers?
Phenomenal. Trust me, you're the new Cat Grant. Although, next time your Superboy should fight someone with powers and a costume.
Yeah, sure, Vinny. You just tell me when Evil Man's attacking, and I'll get it all on tape.
In your own words, Tana, that can be arranged.
Lex Luthor confronts his secret pet scientist at Cadmus, Dr. Packard.
Thought we had an arrangement, Packard.
This wasn't supposed to happen, Mr. Luthor. Westfield and the other directors felt the world needed a Superman. They rushed Experiment 13 into production. It was uncharted territory. We decided to implant certain safeguards in case something went wrong later on. But those newsboy clones liberated the subject before the safeguards were in place, before he was even grown to full maturity.
And what does Cadmus plan to do about this?
Nothing. If the kid disappears now, GBS will look under every rock. Cadmus needs its secrecy. It's bad enough everyone knows the kid's a clone.
Yes, let's talk about that. You told me you couldn't clone Superman.
Well, yes and no. Listen, I'll tell you everything.
The secret behind this story thread won't be revealed in this story, but in Superboy's ongoing comic leading up from this event, and it's that half his DNA is human, and it was taken from director Paul Westfield himself. But in the current continuity, it was Lex Luthor's DNA all along, which does follow from this event. Lex's plan was to make it his DNA that was used, and to implant control words to control his pet Superman and make him an assassin. This actually did happen in the Teen Titans book and changed the character forever, and now it's well known that he is half human and half Kryptonian, and that his human half came from Lex Luthor. None of this matters to this story, but it might be relevant to my audience, so there you go. And no need to wonder about this lead that goes nowhere in today's story. But while we're on the subject, Superboy's powers have evolved through his career. In the modern era, he has Superman's power set, but back then his powers were all simulated. He has tactile telekinesis that pushes objects away from him, anything with kinetic force, and allows him to lift heavy objects and strike with great force, but he is vulnerable to fire, lasers, and other energy weapons, and he has no vision powers. He would develop X-ray and heat vision in his own book, though, and he seemed to be growing, so the power change could well have been intended all the while, given time. Now, this first month of comics was very important. Each one had an entire setup to lay out, but we'll move along quicker as we go from this point, as basically, with each one, you get the premise now, and there's a lot less to establish. An eye for an eye. Guy Gardner is shocked to read in News Time that there are 4 new Supermen in Metropolis.
What the hell is this? A fine thing. I go off planet for a few days, and I come back to find that everybody's lost their marbles. It was bad enough before I left. People were claiming that they'd run into Superman at the mini-mart, or they were his long-lost cousin or bookie or something. Real supermarket tabloid junk. Not that the legit press is much better, but this rag has actual photographs of these new super jerks. I don't believe it.
Now who's been rifling through the girly magazines? And the News Times? I can't turn my back for a second.
4 of them. Next thing you know, they'll be starting a Superman Corps.
As Guy sits in a construct of a lawn chair, a girly magazine falls from his lap and alerts the news vendor below.
Huh? What was that? Sounded like something fell.
If anybody could cheat death, it'd be Superman. But how could people accept these new goofses?
Hey, Ringman, how about paying for that?
You talking to me?
Yeah, I'm talking to you, Mr. Superhero. There's not a library. If you want to read the magazine, buy it first.
Nah, thanks. You can keep it.
He throws the News Time down onto her face.
But hey! You creep! I'm glad the Green Lanterns fired you!
Guy flies away.
I hate it when babes turn into smart mouths. What's this world coming to?
As he leaves Chicago, his thoughts turn to Superman. Guy and Superman had a complicated history in the Justice League together, fraught with conflict, but he had gained a new respect for Superman after the fight with Doomsday and the funeral. He resolved to head for Metropolis to see what's what, and hand out a beating to any unworthy pretender to Superman's name. The Last Son of Krypton accosts a safecracker on the job, who pleads innocence due to his not committing any violence, but Superman tells him there are many forms of violence, and he punishes the man for his theft by breaking his talented hands. He raves in the hospital, and the doctor informs Lois Lane of the situation. He's in for a long recovery. Lois gets enough out of him to know it was the Superman with the visor who was responsible for this. It worries her because both he and the cyborg gave clues that they knew about his double life as Clark Kent. She can't believe Clark would ever do something like this, though. Superman returns to his Antarctic fortress to rest.
I feel exhilarated. Lives have been saved. Evil has been punished. By now the people must know that they again have a Superman on whom they can depend. It has been a good beginning. In spite of my encounter with Lois, that was troubling. I felt a disturbing emptiness upon leaving her. Echoes, no doubt, of experiences from my previous life. I must not let such events deter me. There is too much yet to be done. Thank the Creator, I can retire to this fine fortress and plan my next move. Units, attend me!
Yes, sir. As you wish. The robotic servants take his cape.
Pardon, sir. Do you wish to change?
Not as yet, Unit 3. What is the status of the new monitor array?
Online and receiving, sir.
Hey, Metropolis, if you got a problem, I'm your man. Believe it.
What in Krypton's name is this?
Your new monitor array, sir.
I can see that. I was referring to those scenes being broadcast. Who are these others that they dare wear the emblem of Superman?
Their origins are unknown to us, sir.
They are a motley group. A boy who could almost be a younger version of myself from the looks of him. A cyborg? And an armored man, or robot perhaps? Unit 12, continue monitoring and compile all available data on these pretenders. I would know more. But for now, I must go and bask in the energies of the regeneration matrix. More power! I must draw more power from the matrix if I am to endure. What does all this mean? Who are these false supermen? If there is villainy in their motives,
Sir, you have been working very hard, and you have not been long revived. It would be counterproductive to overexert yourself so soon. You should rest.
Perhaps you're right, Unit 3. Yes, I must conserve myself for the challenges that lie ahead.
On patrol the next day, the Last Son of Krypton notices a large amount of well-kept motorcycles behind an abandoned gas station and grows curious. But he is distracted by a nearby fire in a warehouse. The flames disappear as he arrives, though.
This was all some sort of illusion. Nice work, Sherlock. What was your first clue?
Who's there? Show yourself.
My pleasure, super jerk. The name's Gardner. Guy Gardner. And this power ring makes me...
Guy punches Superman through the wall with a huge energy fist.
A one-man Superman revenge squad. Yeah, who needs a friggin' Green Lantern Corps or the Justice League? Just set 'em up and old Guy can knock 'em down. No problem. Okay, Super Shades, you want some more? Huh? Shades? Ha, I knocked him right into the harbor. Suppose I better fish Four Eyes out of the drink before he drowns on me.
Guy plunges beneath the waves.
Once I wring him out and hang him up to dry for the Metro Corps, I can go after those other frauds. This'll be 1 down, 3 to go. Funny. There's no sign of him. Hope the Currents haven't carried him out to sea. Nah, more likely my ring punch drove him right down into the muck.
A fist emerges from the silt. Guy is knocked out of the water and high into the air.
Jeez, that was some punch. If I hadn't had my ring R up, would have taken my head clean off. For a fraud, he packs a lot of power. Superman could have hit me that hard. Maybe, but he never did. Heck, even Lobo never hit me that hard.
Gardner! I've had enough of you!
Superman locks his fists together and hits Guy with a mighty blow.
Yow!
They tumble together through the siding of an overpass.
Whoa, this sucker's tough.
The rest of the world may have to put up with you, but Superman does not. And I will not!
Got a short fuse, too. This could get interesting. But I can't let him keep me on the defensive. You talk a good fight, Shades.
Guy forms a suit of armor and a lance.
But I'm betting that this shining knight can pin you to the wall.
Superman grabs the lance and swings it, hurling Guy away.
Hey!
You lose!
Guy crashes through a chimney in a water tower.
Bad move, Guy. Real bad.
Meanwhile, halfway across Metropolis in the abandoned gas station, the gang discuss their need for weapons to match their rivals' Toastmasters. When Guy crashes in through their roof and out through their wall. Superman soon follows him.
Right on target.
Ow.
Now, before you force me to cause any further damage, I want answers. Why the setup? Why did you attack me?
The thugs come out to attack the heroes.
Shit, it's a couple of super cops.
And they trashed our bikes.
Waste them. Watch your back, stupid.
They open fire on Superman.
Guns? There still are fools using guns in my city?
Afraid so, Ace. What are you gonna do about it?
Teach them a lesson.
We can't be missing him. Not at this range. Holy shit, it's one of those new Supermen. Which one?
The real one.
What?
Those guns. Drop them.
Superman fries their guns with energy blasts.
My A7.
Do as he says.
They drop their weapons.
Pretty neat trick. The dude has convictions. I'll give him that.
Stay where you are. Class isn't over yet.
Guy watches the show, entertained as Superman beats the thugs to a pulp.
Hey, what are you... He's serious about this.
Stop, don't.
We give up. Whoa, that had to hurt. Ha! But I love it. Way to go, Teach. You sure know how to get your point across.
Gardner, I'm not yet convinced that you have gotten the point. Now then, where were we?
Hey, take it easy. Look, you got every right to be mad. But hear me out, okay? I'm sorry I bushwhacked you, but I just had to know.
Know what?
Know if you were really Superman. And let me tell you, from what I just saw, you're sure as heck the Superman I want to have around.
I don't believe this.
No lie, Blue. I thought we'd seen the last of you after Doomsday. It's good to have you back kicking butt. You really did a number on these creeps. I never knew you had it in you. I mean, you never used to be so, I don't know, aggressive? Were you holding back all those years?
Holding back? Perhaps. I have been through many changes.
Yeah, I guess dying and coming back would make you see things differently. Hey, lucky thing I came crashing in on these hoods, huh?
Luck had nothing to do with it. I'd noticed something suspicious about this place earlier.
You mean you threw me over here deliberately? That was brilliant. You are definitely the man. This sure makes things easier. Now I only have 3 ponies to chase down.
Gardner, I don't want you chasing down anyone or anything in my city. Do I make myself clear?
Oh, sure. I get you. You want to nail those fakes yourself, right? Sorry, Soups. I can be a real cement head sometimes.
Indeed. Oh, and Gardner, the name is Superman, not Soups.
Whatever you say, big guy. Just keep up the good work. I'll square things here with the cops.
Superman flies away.
Responding to a call from Guy Gardner of the Justice League, Metro Police last night arrested a Baker Line gang allegedly involved in a drugs for weapons swap. Gardner, a former Green Lantern, refused credit for the bust, saying that Superman, the real one, did the job.
It was Superman, all right. Big guy, cape, S on his chest, gold shades. He was like a maniac. He nearly killed some of the guys.
City officials are reportedly disturbed over the violent actions of this masked Superman who is one of 4. Excuse me, I've just received word that the new Commissioner of Police, William Henderson, is about to make a statement. We now go live to City Hall.
Citizens react with outrage, and rightly so, when their police use excessive force. The brutality of this self-proclaimed Superman is no less an affront to public decency. I've today instructed Inspector Margaret Sawyer of the Special Crimes Unit to give the highest priority to stopping this reign of terror. Inspector?
We will not tolerate vigilante justice in Metropolis. I knew the real Superman, and he would never have resorted to the reckless mayhem that is being practiced in his name.
Hey, all I can say is, if the man I met wasn't the real Superman, then he ought to be. So we got tough with a bunch of creeps. So what? It's not like they didn't have it coming. Okay, maybe he lost his temper a little. Who hasn't, huh? Besides, after all he's been through, he's entitled.
Superman watches the broadcast from his fortress.
Cement Head doesn't begin to do him justice. The purest osmium isn't as dense. It could be unfortunate that he's made himself my greatest public admirer.
Sir, do you wish to change?
A robot brings Superman his Kryptonian bodysuit.
What? Oh, you mean... Yes, I believe I shall. The shield has long stood for justice. If too many claim it, misuse it, what will it stand for then? Until this moment, my actions felt absolutely right. But I did let my anger at Gardner get the better of me. I took it out on those less capable of defending themselves, and now Gardner cheers me on. That alone is reason to reflect, to question what I have done. Perhaps there is a better way.
A gang wielding Toastmasters track down the Man of Steel, one of them even using a video camera to document their hunt. They have him cornered in a blind alley, or so they think. Ambush! Steel flies down from a rooftop into their midst, and they fire wildly into the air, missing him by a mile. He destroys one of the guns with his hammer and takes down a thug with the handle, but when he pins the third to a fence to get some answers about the White Rabbit, the thug with a camera wastes him, recording it so the world knows what happens to those who talk. Steel pins his gun hand to a pole with ribbons, and turns his questions on him instead. He breaks another Toastmaster with his armored hands, but gets no answers. The Man of Steel takes the camera as evidence for when he turns the thugs into the police. The White Rabbit lounges in her penthouse lair as the news is given to her that the Man of Steel seems to be targeting users of their product, and has put away an entire gang. She knows John well, though, and she orders her security to be disabled, inviting him to have a conversation with her. Later, Superboy joins the Man of Steel in a firefight with another gang.
Tana's WGBS chopper is in position. And hey, there's the planet chopper. Yo, Miss Lane, I know I dumped the planet for WGBS, but hey, business is business. No hard feelings, right? Watch, I'm gonna bail out the Man of Steel, one hand tied behind my back.
It's a super kid. Toast him.
What are those guys shooting? Rockets? Missed. Ha! Missed again.
He's dodging the blast. We can't fight two of these super guys.
He's getting closer. Run!
As he dodges the blast from their Toastmasters, Lois's news chopper is hit behind him, killing the pilot.
Frank! The chopper's gonna blow. My only chance is to bail out. Hope I hit water.
Lois barely manages to jump out of the helicopter before it explodes. John flies up and catches Lois.
Oof.
Are you all right, Miss Lane?
I'm fine. How do you know my name? There he is. Saved her.
Newtime wants to offer you an exclusive.
Can I have your autograph? This seems familiar. The rescue, the mob scene, the way I met Clark. And like Clark, he's planning on leaving without answering any questions.
Lois grabs the Man of Steel by his cape.
Hold it right there, Buster. The others have been falling all over themselves, trying to convince the world they're Superman. What about you?
I never said I was Superman. Now, if you'll excuse me.
John flies off.
A number of gang members unfortunately did escape, but they'll think twice before using Metropolis as their private battleground. That's a wrap. Thanks.
Steel grabs Superboy by the collar.
Come here, Superboy.
Don't call me that. Hey, what are you doing?
He flies the boy up to the top of a bridge to give him a talking to.
Those gangs had information I needed, weapons I planned to destroy. You drew their fire on purpose.
They were shooting at you. I didn't want you to get hurt. So sue me.
Yeah, right. And you didn't worry about who was behind you, did you?
Behind me?
The planet chopper was destroyed by the ordnance you dodged.
Destroyed? But Miss Lane.
I saved her, but her pilot was killed. It could have been any of them. Even that little reporter who follows you around.
You're saying it's my fault that pilot died?
What I'm saying is the limelight's all yours. Enjoy it. But keep out of the shadows till you're ready to think things through, or more people could die.
Hey, wait a minute. You're not Superman. I am. At least I'm his clone. What right do you have to lecture me?
Superboy flies away.
I do think, don't I? I am careful. But am I careful of anybody but myself? Yeah, sure I am. The pilot was just following too close. It wasn't my fault. Was it? Superboy looks upset. Good. I know he didn't mean to endanger us, but Frank's dead. He deserved a chewing out, or worse, for the stunt he pulled. The other Supermen felt wrong. Somehow, this one feels right. Almost like he has Superman's soul. Maybe there is such a thing as a walk-in spirit after all.
A flying LexCorp trooper offers Steel information on the White Rabbit and leads him to Lex. Lex offers John news coverage like Superboy has from WLex, and tells him the White Rabbit lives in the Metro Spire penthouse. He also plants a tracker on Steel before he leaves, John making sure Luthor knows he isn't working for him.
The Metro Spire penthouse. Doors open.
Why, John Henry Irons, as I live and breathe.
Angora.
You were expecting a bunny with ears and a tail? Surely, darling, this can't be a surprise to you.
I kept telling myself it couldn't be possible. You're selling my BG-80s on the streets?
BG-80s? Why, John Henry Irons. Don't you know half the romance of a product is in the name? They pay more for Toastmasters, darling. Believe me, a bloody fortune. And, for old time's sake, I'm willing to share the profits.
Angora removes John's mask.
After all, you invented the things. Say, 80-20 after expenses. Fair's fair. After all, I have to create marketing plans, find new customers, provide the product, while your job's already done.
Up till correct, I hadn't really understood what I was doing. Maybe I didn't want to understand. I made too good a living. Bought Mom that house in Florida where I knew she'd be safe. My interest in weapons had been theoretical, but correct changed all that. By creating BG-80s, I'd armed the murderers of innocents. I'd become like the people who killed my grandparents.
You had to know there was no real way to control the manufacture and use of the weapons you created.
You retrieved the plans from my computer, didn't you?
Child's play. I even improved on the designs, just a little.
You supplied the guns to Karak.
Me? I'd never have done that to you, darling. But it gave me the idea for all of this.
Makes a good bedtime story, Angora. Maybe you'd like to tell it to the feds.
You're adamant, aren't you, John? A pity, but I'm afraid you'll have to die after all.
The White Rabbit shoots John with the weapon he created. He is blown out of her penthouse window and lands on a gasoline truck.
Something hits a tanker! Run!
That white-haired woman blew him out the window.
The young Superman rushes to his rescue.
He's gonna fry! I gotta save him! Yow!
He pulls John out of the fire and flies him to a safe distance, burning his hands in the process.
Hot, 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 hot!
Thanks, but you didn't have to do that. Suit probably would have protected me. I thought you had Superman's invulnerability. You alright?
Sure, probably just psychosomatic blisters.
How did you?
Happen to be here? I was following you to apologize. I saw the babe in white blow you away. You were right. I wasn't thinking. It's my fault that pilot died. Every time I think about it, I want to kick myself.
I know how that is. I learned the same kind of lesson myself. Same way you did. The hard way.
They both fly back to the penthouse, only to find it vacant.
She's gone.
She was pretty annoyed with you. So, who was she?
Somebody I used to know a long time ago. Calls herself the White Rabbit now. I designed the weapon that blew up Miss Lane's chopper. Bunny stole the design, and she's selling them to the local gangs. That's how I know how you feel. That pilot's death was as much my fault as it was yours.
The others seem to have Superman's face, his body, his costume. The Man of Steel seems to have his soul. Superman or not, he may be the kind of hero Metropolis needs.
You're going to look for Superboy now?
Why not, Lex? Superman's clone won't be bothered by a little rain any more than I am.
So, Hopperson, the bug was destroyed, but you got his name? John Henry Irons, a weapons designer, wanted by the feds?
Good. That gives me the information I'll need to control him. Because whether it's Steel or one of the others, Metropolis's next Superman will answer to me.
Ron Troop, junior reporter for the Daily Planet, sits at his computer writing a story. The title, Prove It. While helping Lois and the Planet's staff clear out Clark Kent's apartment, inspired by his many awards and achievements, Ron musters his courage and asks Perry White for Kent's spot on the staff. Perry White, a close friend of Clark's, could have been angry. Asking for a departed man's job while packing up his belongings might easily be considered crass and opportunistic. But Perry White recognizes and values hungry reporters. He told me how Clark Kent, a novice right off the street, came into the exclusive on Superman after the Man of Steel had first arrived in Metropolis. Perry White challenged me to bring him a story so big he couldn't turn it down, a story so powerful and important that even Clark Kent would have been impressed.
If you think you're good enough to fill Clark's shoes, you gotta back it up, Troop. Prove it.
Leaving, I felt like a 5-year-old marching off to the first day of school. I had no idea where to begin, but Kent's Superman exclusive was constantly on my mind. Back then, Superman was a great mystery to Metropolis until that story appeared. We had our own mystery to solve. 3 men and a boy, all claiming to be Superman to one degree or another, were trying to replace him as much as I was trying to replace Clark Kent. Doubt cast a shadow over all of them,
but one in particular, the half-man, half-machine character, offered compelling evidence of being Superman brought back to life. I knew what my story had to be. Now all I had to do was find a way to get it. While visiting the White House for an interview with Max Lord, Ron gets his chance when Karaki terrorists attempt to take over the building by hijacking Max Lord's limousine to get past the outer defenses. Men with guns pile out of their cars and charge the White House. But, up in the sky, the Cyborg Superman arrives. The possible answer to the great Superman mystery went into action right before me. This Superman moved so fast and so powerfully that no description will suffice. He was everywhere at once, tearing into the would-be assassins with the ferocity of a mother lion protecting her young. But that proved nothing of his true identity. Despite the suit, the familiar S in the cape, despite the exhibition of powers, questions persisted. Was this Superman back from the dead, or an imposter? Those questions were the least of his worries at the time. More important was his savage dismantling of the terrorists. It might have ended in seconds except for one thing. The White House war room began firing at our savior as well as the attackers. Inside sources tell me that the White House is protected by an impressive array of weapons supplied by LexCorp and Star Labs. The scanning computers, unable to identify him, could only regard him as an intruder in the combat zone and fired on him as well. The irony of the situation stunned Lord and me as we ran for cover in the White House. The man who had come to save the president might die in the process. The White House was not alone in having impressive weapons. The Karaki terrorists obviously knew they'd face formidable odds and brought the firepower to match it. As one of them fired a futuristic bazooka, this Neo-Superman began to change. One arm, seemingly constructed of metal, twisted and reformed into a cannon-like apparatus. Superman fired a blinding burst of energy before the assassin could concentrate his bazooka on the White House, and the matter was resolved. In felling the assassin, our unidentified rescuer did himself more harm than good. Now he was the sole target left, and the White House defense computers focused 100% of their targeting capabilities on him. No man, perhaps not even the original Superman, could withstand such an onslaught. The Secret Service tried desperately to shut down their defense systems, but couldn't. The automatic override kicked in, and only a target with security-cleared identification, such as a Justice League member, could satisfy their criteria. Somebody had to get a genetic tester out to Superman and get proof one way or another. The various agents ordered me not to go, but I ignored them. This Superman deserved his chance to prove himself. Bursts of energy and weapon fire erupted all around me as I sprinted like a madman in Superman's direction. It suddenly occurred to me that I had no business doing this, that I was in way over my head. Even more, I knew that laser fire would pick me up like a rubber duck at a carnival shooting range before I could get within 50 feet of Superman. But then a strange situation got even stranger. The very arm that had previously changed into a cannon began to flex and change even more. The metal seemed alive as it slid, shifted, and transformed into yet another configuration. Seconds later, it was a sonic disruptor unit with the power to completely disable the security systems. Finally safe, I could use the identifier. Retina scan complete. DNA scan complete. Processing. ID confirmed. Every single identifying process available indicated this half-man, half-machine standing in front of me was undoubtedly Superman. The greatest of them all, the man who paid the ultimate price protecting Metropolis, Superman, was rebuilt, alive and well. He strode toward the White House with the determination, confidence, and aura only a true hero could muster. His commanding presence left them in awe. Even Max Lord, who lives in the midst of heroes, was speechless. But Superman was all business, telling us the terrorist attack might not be over and a thorough security check was needed. He wanted to access the White House computers, which, in turn, could tap into virtually every computer system in the world. The bizarre metallic portions of Superman's body came to life once more, and he integrated with the system. I could no longer see where the man ended and the machine began as he actually grew cables and unearthly devices that melded with the White House computers. In the midst of my joy at seeing this great American alive again, I suddenly found myself slightly uncomfortable and a little scared. None of us know what he saw or how a human actually talked with the computers, but looking at him, I had the feeling he was seeing the secrets of the universe. Staffers tell me the White House systems connect with all military branches, federal agencies, and worldwide governments as well as numerous civilian systems.
If he was able to network all of them, it's quite possible that Superman now has the single largest database of information ever assembled. In those few seconds, he tracked a news article about some plastique stolen from LexCorp, credit card charges for rented storage lockers, a limousine rental, and briefcase purchase that enabled him to become our savior once again. As this new Superman disconnected from the security system, he looked over in Max Lord's direction with a cold, hard expression. He stared at Lord's briefcase as though he was looking right through it, and then that unique jeweled eye of his began glowing. Before Lord could object, Superman's scarlet burst of heat vision melted his entire briefcase on the spot. Superman, speaking in a metallic-sounding monotone voice, told us that the terrorists bought a briefcase identical to Lord's, put a bomb inside it, and switched it while Lord got in the limousine at the airport. They knew their brazen attack might not succeed, and also knew Lord would eventually get close to the president. Even though they would die, Lord would still become their assassin. We were all speechless. All except one, that is. A voice from the entry thanked Superman not only for himself, but for the entire country. It was a historic meeting between two powerful men of the free world. Superman accepted this man's thanks and told him that should he ever need his services, he merely had to contact him on a special device. Superman actually seemed to construct it, even grow it, on the spot. He handed it over, saying it was a personal communications device, something he'd never given any president in the past. With that, the president accepted the device and acknowledged this man of steel as the one true Superman. It was an impressive and touching sight, for this president had spoken so eloquently at Superman's memorial service not long ago. Now they were meeting his friends, with Superman proving himself the real thing, the greatest of all. It's inexplicable, but Superman has come back to life. It seems beyond our understanding, but so were the rumors years ago of a hero from a planet called Krypton. Fortunately, a young writer named Clark Kent proved himself by bringing us the truth. Superman has returned, proving himself to us all over again. Clark Kent cannot return, so others must take his place and prove themselves deserving and equal. It's a daunting task, but well worth the effort. Those evaluations are up to you. Save column. Send to city desk. 4:32 a.m. Perry applauds Ron for his efforts and rewards him with Clark's old job, and his story runs on the front page of the Planet with the headline, "Superman is back," and a photo of the Cyborg Superman shaking hands with the president.
On a moon reporting from the Metropolis bridge where lives literally hang in the balance. Luckily, Metropolis can feel confident again when they say, this is a job for Superman. Tana, is my headset mic working? Can you read me?
Superboy holds the car halfway off a bridge, struggling to pull it up and save the passengers.
Ah! Loud and clear, Superman. What? Leverage is lousy. Can't hold on. It's slipping. Not.
Superboy easily lifts the car over his head.
Hey, Metropolis, made you look.
Superboy begins showing off, lifting the car over his head.
Guess this shows those other three posers. I mean, only the real Superman could do this. Maybe, but only the real Supergirl could do this.
Supergirl flies up, lifting the grating Superboy is standing on, car and all. Boy meets girl. The story you would have demanded if we hadn't thought of it first.
Supergirl? Hey, I've been wanting to meet you. Let me just put this down.
Superboy tosses the car aside.
We're dying! Oh, please, get a grip. That's what I'm doing.
He catches it and sets it gently on the bridge.
See, I'm gentle on cars, tough on crime. No need to thank me. It's what any red-blooded clone of the last Kryptonian would do. Sure, anything you say. Well, you could thank me a little. I wouldn't stop you. Was that high school stunt really necessary, Superman? Or were you trying to impress me?
Superboy turns and finds himself staring Supergirl in the, S-shield.
I was just joking. I was just joking.
Get to it, love, before the boy fogs over the GPS cameras. Got to add video to your headgear soon, dear.
Yes, Lex. Lex Luthor would like you to join us for dinner, Superman. Around 7? The LexCorp penthouse? Unless you have other plans? No, I never plan ahead. Supergirl! Supergirl, Tana Moon, GVS. Are you endorsing this Superman over the other three? And if so, Tana, who? Excuse me, but I'm sorry. I get all my news on WLEX. Gotta go. See you tonight, Superman.
Yeah, later. S-Girl's soundbite didn't go over the airwaves, Tana. Technical difficulties, you know.
Thanks, Gordon. Go back to the live feed on my cue. Eyes level, Flyboy. We got a show to do. Pardon moi, Tana. Is that a hint of jealousy in your voice? You wish.
Wanting to stir up more ratings with more action, Vinny Edge pays local scumbag Rex Leach to hire costume mercenary The Stinger to attack Superboy when Tana can film it. Unbeknownst to her, of course.
Wacko Merc. Better be as good as they say.
Beep, beep, beep.
While President Clinton met the Cyborg Superman.
Hello? Yeah, it's done. Just remember, the kid's all mine.
In other news. Meanwhile, Bibbo argues with an engraving clerk.
Krypto! Krypto! I told you his name is Krypton! Like the place Superman was from? Maybe you heard it?
You're tearing me up. I'm crying inside, I tell you. But the sign says 6 letters. I do 6 letters. Course, for Mr. Lottery winner Bibowski, maybe I could squeeze on number 7 for a modest fee.
Bibbo don't deal with no chiselers, you chiseler?
He punches the clerk in the face.
Let's go home, Krypto.
Superboy attends his dinner at Lex's penthouse and is charmed by both his flattery and by Supergirl in a lovely and revealing cocktail dress. After dinner, he agrees to sign an exclusive contract with WLEX News. Vincent Edge helps the young Superman rent Clark Kent's recently available apartment, found once he heard Clark was presumed dead. To avoid a conflict of interest, he introduces Superboy to his new manager, Rex Leach, and his cute teenage daughter, Roxy. Roxy literally jumps into Superboy's arms with joy at the sight of him and covers him in kisses, unable to control her fangirl glee. Superboy, dazzled by this, signs Rex's contract without question, and his partnership with GVS is set in ink. Rex plans to trademark the name Superman and legally stop the other Supermen from using it. While Roxy and Rex won't appear much in this story, they would become supporting characters along with Tana Moon in Superboy's ongoing comic set in Tana's home of Hawaii, and after an initial romance, Roxy would end up becoming more like a best friend or a big sister to Superboy as time went on, and Rex became more of a proper father figure to them both, though his sleazy antics got them in trouble more than once. Anyway, back to the story.
Drop it, Tana. No one's gonna hurt the kid.
No one's looking out for him either. You're using him, Vinny.
Simply following your lead, my dear. Or can he only be twisted around your finger to further your career? Which reminds me, take 2 copters with you tomorrow. I think it'll be a big news day.
Big news? You've arranged for someone to attack Superman, haven't you? Like you said the other night? That's going too far, Mr. Edge. I won't do it.
Perhaps I misjudged you, Tana, but you still have a lot to learn. The kid brings in the ratings. You are replaceable. So you better do whatever I want.
Superman carries a large train engine across the city as Tana follows in her chopper.
Tana Moon, high above Besselo Boulevard in Metropolis, where Superman is transporting an engine from the legendary Metgo Railroad. His destination, the Metropolis Museum of Science, where the new exhibit, more powerful than a locomotive, opens today.
Look, up in the sky. It's a bird?
It's a train?
Nah, it's Superman. One of 'em anyway. Careful, Superman. No telling what might happen. You've got lots of enemies.
And making more each day, Tana. Lex isn't going to be happy about that exclusive contract I signed. Wasn't using my head. Someone should just shoot me and get it over with. The Stinger makes his move, firing explosives at Superman. The train falls as he is blasted away.
There's been a surprise attack on Superman. Explosions have shattered the safety cables between him and the engine. Good Lord, those people! Superman!
No time to talk, Tana. I got a train to catch. Superman dives down and catches the train just before it hits the people on the street.
Keep on him, or Vinny Edge will have both our jobs.
He shoves it sideways to a safe landing area in a closed park. Last stop.
all out.
Gee, you're lucky this park's closed for renovation, Superman. How'd you know? Super hearing? Telescopic X-ray vision? Some sort of sixth sense? Would you believe dumb luck? Ha ha! You guys crack me up. Save your peepers this time. There's a slime ball that crossed you.
The workman points out the stinger on a rooftop.
Thanks. He caught me by surprise before, but that won't happen. Gah!
Superman charges at the stinger, but he clotheslines the young hero with his grappling cable. Superboy flies through a water tower and lands on a rooftop. After introducing himself, the stinger dodges Superboy's lunge and whips him off the roof with his cable. At the Aza Club, bar patrons watch the fight on TV.
Superman's recovered. He's launching a new attack.
Hey, this is better than Monday Night Football.
Drink to that. Crying shame it ain't the real Supes.
10-4, buddy. That's Cyborg. Now that's Superman.
Clinton's pal? Come on, everyone knows Soup is 100% Republican. What a maroon.
The arguments become a brawl.
Why, I oughta.
I beg to differ. The visor guy. The Man of Steel acts like Superman.
My mother liked the kid.
It's the cyborg. Says you.
Until Bibble washes them out with a fire hose.
Listen up, you yahoos, and listen good. I knew Superman. Superman was a pal of mine. And none of these fancy pants is Superman in my book.
Sure, Bibble. Whatever you say. Yeah, I mean, this is your place.
Drink to that.
The stinger wraps a cable around Superboy, and after grounding it to a bridge, electrocutes him. Superboy collapses at the mercenary's feet.
Superman, can you hear me? We've lost audio, but I see Superman struggling to his feet. It's unbelievable.
No, it's unbelievable he's still on GBS. Make yourself visible, love, and end this farce. The invisible, shape-shifting Supergirl unveils herself and distracts the stinger.
Stinger, you're pretty good at beating up youngsters. Care to go a few rounds with a woman?
No, I can take him. I can fight my own fights.
Superman clobbers the villain.
I'm Superman! Well, glad to see you're all right. Wouldn't want anything to happen to the newest member of Team Luthor.
Yeah. Well, we gotta talk about that. After we finish with Stinker here. Talk all you want, chumps. I wasn't hired to take on the girl, too.
The stinger fires into the bridge support.
Good Lord, get out of there, love.
What? Lex, I can't.
Yo, Sure Shot, maybe you didn't notice, but you missed us. I wasn't aiming at you, you moron. Those are explosive charges. Whoa, good answer.
Move fast. Disable the bombs before they...
The bombs go off and the bridge collapses, causing complete devastation and trapping several cars in the rubble.
My God! I've lost sight of Superman and Supergirl. Cars, buses are falling into the river. This is really happening. People are dying. Vinny Edge arranged it all, and I played along.
Near Saturn, an alien ship comes out of hyperspace. Its computers run a routine systems check. All systems go. All weapons primed and fully functional. The ship will reach its target in less than 3 days. Earth. And then it's war.
Pull it together, Tana. We're on the air. Live. Just tell them how you feel.
Terrible. This is terrible. It's like a scene from some disaster movie. But this is no movie. This is a real disaster. Horribly real. For those of you just joining us, the Baker-lined edge of the Metropolis famed Hobbs Neck Bridge has collapsed. The bridge's northernmost moorings were leveled in a violent explosion, triggered by a masked terrorist calling himself the Stinger.
Tana grapples with her own complicity in the disaster, struggling with her broadcast as Superman and Supergirl dig themselves out of the rubble. Superman leaps toward a falling car. He catches it in the air just as the semi-truck topples over the edge of the collapsed bridge. Supergirl gives it a telekinetic shove back to safety. They both dive underwater to search for survivors and begin bringing cars to the surface. Meanwhile, at the Fortress of Solitude,
Unit 12, we are needed. But I was ordered to monitor. This takes priority. The Master's regeneration matrix is experiencing energy overload. Shut down all solar receptors. Done, but the overload effect continues. There must be a release. Agreed. There is no other choice. Modulate the support field. Lower the matrix to release position. Done, but readings remain well off scale. This is without precedent. Everything that has occurred since the Master's discorporation has been without precedent. We were programmed to improvise under uncertain situations. We must proceed with caution and be ready to... The regeneration matrix bursts open.
Alert! Alert! The matrix seal has ruptured. Prepare to receive occupant.
A fifth Superman, clad in a black suit, falls from the crumbled regeneration matrix.
Huh?
He awakes. Dim the lighting. His eyes may yet be sensitive.
Who's there?
Master? Master, how do you feel?
Feel? A little fuzzy-headed.
Some disorientation is to be expected. Do you recognize us? Do you know where you are?
You're the fortress robots. Then I'm in the Antarctic, in the underground hideaway?
Correct. Master, you seem unsteady on your feet. This is to be expected following such a rude awakening. Allow us to seat you.
All right.
Is there anything else you require? Any other way in which we may be of service?
Yes. You can tell me what's been going on.
At once, sir. Unit 12?
Soon. Superman sits in a floating chair and observes the monitor array.
And as for previous orders, I have been monitoring all world news transmissions and compiled data on any and all individuals operating under the name of Superman and or utilizing the S-Shield in their activities. There has been much speculation on the part of commentators.
Save that for later, Unit 12. Show me what's going on right now.
Yes, sir. At this moment, the youngest of the Supermen and Team Luthor's Supergirl have wrapped up rescue operations at the site of a metropolis bridge collapse. Also in that city, cultists who worship Superman as a living god continue to rally in Centennial Park. The emergence of 4 Supermen has caused much confusion, and has already led to one major schism in the group. City authorities feel this may lead to violence.
This is not good. This is not good at all. Unit 12, give me a rundown on all known Supermen.
Yes, sir. The Cyborg Superman claims partial amnesia. His bionics show evidence of Kryptonian technology. He recently saved the U.S. president from a Karaki assassination attempt. Some pundits have called the youngest pretender Superboy. He objects vehemently to that name. He claims to be a clone of Superman and has maintained a high profile thanks to Galaxy Broadcasting. Little is known about the so-called Man of Steel. He is currently believed to be a man in an armored suit, and not a robot. Drawing the greatest negative response from Metropolis police is...
Stop. That isn't necessary. I've heard more than enough. Things have gotten completely out of hand. The name of Superman will not be turned into a franchise. Something must be done about this. Continue your monitoring, Unit 12. Check every source you can find. I want more information.
Yes, sir.
I've got to get to Metropolis as soon as possible.
The last of the bodies have been recovered. In all, 12 people lost their lives. A tragedy by anyone's reckoning. But it could have been much worse. Quick work by Superman and Supergirl is credited with saving the lives of 27 people and securing the bridge from further damage.
Once the rescues are complete, Superboy and Supergirl discuss their shared future working together for LexCorp, or rather, their lack of one. Superboy breaks the news to her he's signed with GBS, and she takes it well, but when Lex finds out, he is furious, as could be expected. He resolves to see if he can nullify the contract based on Superboy's age as a clone being less than a year, as the beleaguered Supergirl simply folds her arms and sighs. Kansas, 15 miles south of Smallville.
Why, that miserable 2-bit...
Jonathan, please, don't get yourself so upset. You know it's not good for your heart.
I know, Martha. It just makes my blood boil when I see these imposters on TV. They're no more our boy than I'm the King of England. Makes me want to go on TV myself. I'd like to tell the whole blasted world that Clark Kent is the real Superman. The only Superman.
I wish we could too, dear, but you know that we can't. It isn't so much for us, but for Lois and Lana and all the rest of Clark's friends who'd be put in danger.
I know. But just look at this. There's something else that frosts my britches. It's Matrix, or Supergirl, or whatever she calls herself these days. First she took up with the Luther boy, and now she's making cow eyes at this young twerp. I know she didn't stay with us long, but I'd hoped we'd brought her up better than that. She was practically a blank slate when Clark brought her to us. So innocent.
Yes, she was such a sweet child. It broke my heart when she ran off.
Maybe it was my fault, Martha. Maybe I just didn't know how to raise a daughter.
You just hush now, Jonathan Kent. We did the best we could in the time we had her. It's just such an uncertain world out there.
The Man of Steel faces down more gang members armed with Toastmasters.
Waste all the ammo you want. I won't get a scratch. But I am getting annoyed. So tell me, where'd you punks get the heavy artillery? Don't make me ask twice.
You won't, sucker. Ah!
Suddenly, a bolt of energy strikes the thug from above, and he is disintegrated.
What in the... Superman?
The Last Son of Krypton descends from the sky.
Yes, your other would-be assailants scatter like the roaches they are. No matter, I fused their weapons' firing mechanisms. They can be rounded up later, but now we too must talk. There is much to discuss.
I'll say there is. You look as though you could be the real McCoy. You even sound a little like him. But you just killed that man. You could have disarmed him, but instead, you fried him.
What is your point?
My point? Look, mister, I met Superman once. As a matter of fact, he saved my life.
What do you call what I just did?
At the very least, I call it manslaughter. For God's sake, man, look at me. Look at this armor. I wasn't in any real danger. And even if I had been, the real Superman wouldn't have killed that punk. He never countered the threat of violence with unnecessary force. You may look the part, but you're just a cold-blooded fraud.
Fraud? You ungrateful, armor-plated freak!
The Last Son punches the Man of Steel high into the air. Steel flies through a building onto the street, soon followed by the Last Son.
Could one fraud so easily defeat another? I think not. Fool! I could have eliminated that entire gang, but I did not. Their lives were base, meaningless, yet I was merciful. Remember that. Remember, too, that I was merciful to you as well.
Superman! Superman!
Eh? Ah. Hear me, good people. I am indeed the one true Superman, and I will suffer no pretenders to my good name. I'm not pretending. I mean to seriously kick your butt.
John brings his hammer down hard on the other Superman's head.
The one true Superman, huh? The man I admired never spoke like that. The way I see it, you're the pretender.
They struggle over the hammer as they argue.
Just a little tin god with a cape. Or maybe a metahuman with messianic delusions. The only delusions are yours.
The Last Son slams Steel to the ground.
Boom. Yes, destroy the Iron Demon.
No, the true demon is he who hides his eyes. Smite him with your holy hammer, Superman.
The warring Superman cultists soon form a crowd, and from within it come Lois Lane and Jimmy Olsen after seeing the fight on TV.
Both of you, stop!
What?
You heard me. Settle down, you two, and listen to me.
I hope she knows what she's doing. Lois?
Look at you. You're brawling like playground bullies battling for turf.
Miss Lane, I initially sought only to stop this imposter from using my insignia.
Your insignia? The jury's still out on that one. But regardless, you both dishonored Superman's name with this senseless fight. You could have hurt or killed someone. Would you want that stain on your insignia?
You are absolutely right. I didn't seek this fight, and I didn't throw the first punch, but I gave as good as I got, almost without thinking about it. Dear Lord, look at the damage we caused. The woman's eyes haunt me. It is as though she were trying to look into my soul. I also regret my actions. They were, perhaps, ill-advised. I will make amends for any damage we have caused. We both will. You know, I never laid claim to the name of Superman. I wear this shield and this cape to honor a man who gave me back my life. Can you honestly look me in the eyes and say you find anything wrong in that? Put in those terms, no, I cannot. I am sorry.
Wow, maybe this guy is Superman. Lois seemed to get through to something in him.
Hold it right there. Don't any of you move.
Now what?
I beg your pardon, but if you're with the police, I'd like to see a badge. Nah, I'm no cop. I'm a process server. This is to give notice that you gents are in violation of trademark held by Rex Leach Enterprises. Mr. Leach's client, and his client alone, has rights to the Superman name and insignia. You are to cease and desist from all such usage immediately. Got that?
No. Got this?
The Last Son burns the process server's papers.
Hey, my papers!
The fate of your papers is the least of your worries.
Oh, God, you wouldn't help! Ha! Fry the money changer!
The Man of Steel grabs his neck with a hammer to restrain him.
Hold it. I don't know what this is all about, but it should be settled in the courts, not in the streets.
No, his insolence demands punishment now. Unhand me.
Not until you cool down.
They fly off together to continue the fight.
Don't know how long I can hold him. Better get him out of here before someone gets hurt.
So much for my peacemaking efforts. Where will this all end?
John steers them high into the sky where no innocents can be hurt.
What does it take to make you listen to reason? You can't go around frying people who cross you.
No one tells me what I can or cannot do. I am Superman.
Sorry, the high and mighty routine doesn't impress me.
No? Then perhaps this will.
Hey, what are you doing?
Merely adding my power of flight to yours. We shall see how high and fast we can go.
No, stop, you idiot. Might as well argue with the wind. Suit's holding up so far, but at this rate we'll soon hit escape velocity, and this armor wasn't designed for space travel. Hate to turn him loose while he's so out of control, but I don't have much choice.
Steel lets go before they exit the atmosphere, and the Last Son flies away.
Gotta save myself, if I can. No sense in both of us dying. Out in space.
In space, the alien ship grows ever closer to Earth.
Report.
A band of asteroids looms before us, Exalted One. There could be some delay.
I will brook no delays. Eliminate all obstacles.
As you command, my lord. Firing forward disruptors.
Soon I shall at long last have my revenge upon the Kryptonian. From what I have learned, his love for this planet, this Earth, was even greater than that for his native Krypton. Poor little world. Your doom was sealed the day that Superman refused my imperial order. I shall grind your champion's bones beneath my heel. And claim the Earth as my prize.
Come on, John Henry, get it together. If I don't slow things down soon, this ride will get a lot hotter than I can handle. Gotta right myself, and use the jets to decelerate.
The Last Son grabs Steel and rockets them both downward.
Hey!
You have not yet fully paid for your folly, Man of Steel.
My folly? Have you lost it completely? Let go of me before we...
They smash into the street on the west coast, the impact forming a huge crater.
Was that a bomb? No, something fell. Looked like people.
Lord, no one could survive that.
Both Supermen rise in the crater, ready to keep fighting.
I must kill you, Man of Steel. For apparently death alone will convince you.
The Last Son of Krypton blasts the Man of Steel with energy from his hand.
That I am the one and the only Superman. No!
John grabs Superman's wrist and punches him so hard with his other hand that his rivet gun breaks on the Kryptonian's face.
You want me to believe you're Superman? Then act like Superman. Process server tried to serve both of us warrants to cease using the Superman name. You fried the papers. You tried to fry the server. That's not how Superman acts. I pulled you out of Metropolis before you killed him. You pulled me into space and crashed us here. The Man of Steel punches the Kryptonian's face again and again. Superman wouldn't do that.
Doesn't he know what I could do to him?
So what's your next move gonna be? Finally breaking the visor which protects his oversensitive eyes.
My visor! Gone! Despite the pain the unfiltered light brings me, I could, with a wave of my hand, destroy him.
Fry me? Fry everyone wearing the shield till you're the only one left?
Why does he persist in this foolhardy attempt to defeat me?
John holds the callous Superman by his cape as he lectures him.
I can't let you do that. That would disgrace the shield you wear.
The police arrive and a helicopter lands in the crater.
Step from the crater with your hands up.
These flashing lights, they blind me. But perhaps I have been blind in other ways as well. I have felt it for a long time now. There must be more to Superman than power. Perhaps it requires compassion and a human heart, and the willingness to risk all for what seems right, which this Man of Steel has in abundance. Go back to Metropolis then, Man of Steel. That city will be in good hands. Through their police radios, the people of Coast City cry out for my help. And Superman, the one and only Superman, must answer.
The last son leaves the field of battle. John catches a ride back east on a LexCorp cargo plane, granted with permission from Lex himself. Lex has other plans, however, and he gives John to the White Rabbit on a silver platter, because whichever of them wins in their confrontation, Lex will have gotten rid of at least one enemy. The White Rabbit and her gang attack John's plane with Toastmasters as it lands at the Metropolis airport. Steel barely has time to grab the pilot and get him to safety before the blasts hit the fuel tanks and the plane explodes. He sends the man to phone the police and turns back to engage the gang, dodging their fire as he charges at them. He knocks the gunmen over like bowling pins, dodges their big guy's swing, and knocks him out with one punch. The White Rabbit's pet mutant Graham jumps and grows to enormous size, smashing Steel underneath his massive bulk. John blasts the thing off him with his rocket boots, burning his stomach. He grabs the White Rabbit and flies away with her as Graham begins to ingest chemicals from a barrel.
The old abandoned oyster plant. So this is where you manufacture the Toastmasters.
Not bad, is it? The old hydraulic stamping press they used to make fenders now pounds out cannon housings. Oh, come on, John. Don't look like that. You must have known when you invented them that the technology for those guns is like the demons in Pandora's box. Once it's out, there's not much you can do about it, can you? Keep talking. Keep him distracted. Gonna be kinda hard to smash this operation, isn't it? Even with that great big hammer. If you don't believe me, look around. Here, let me turn on the light.
The rabbit triggers a swinging hook which knocks John away. John finds himself underneath a steel press.
A trap!
A smart businesswoman always protects her investments. That old press that pounds out cannon housings will just as easily pound you out. Do you realize by now that most of my operation is elsewhere? I've been meaning to shut down this inefficient old plant anyway. I've heard Lex Luthor wants you, Man of Steel. I'd give you to him for a present. But there won't be any of you left. You recognize the bomb, of course. Another of your inventions. I think I'll put it on my next order list.
No!
John lifts the metal off him with his mighty strength, breaking the machine.
Enough!
He's broken free. My God, he's lifting the press. It's shaking itself apart. You're prolonging your agony. The bomb will blow before you're out from under there. The ceiling. He's bringing down the ceiling. Ah!
John escapes as the factory explodes, flying out of the blast. He watches the explosion from a nearby rooftop.
Toastmasters, out there in the darkness. The bun is right. The weapons I created are like the demons in Pandora's box. Maybe I can't put them back, but I've got to try. I wonder what Bunny meant about giving me to Luthor for a present. He's supposed to be one of the good guys. The White Rabbit is lost. A pity, in a way. A very attractive woman. But no matter. Though the Man of Steel has won out over her, I have won even more. I have a Toastmaster. The design can be copied. Her henchmen should prove useful additions to my own forces. And I know who the Man of Steel really is. John Henry Irons is hiding out, and a secret operation within the government wants him. If I have to, no doubt I can force him to my will. While beyond the orbit of the moon, Earth is below us, Master. As yet, the humans are unaware of our presence here. Excellent. Study it well, my crew, for Superman is no longer there to protect the Earth, and you may well be the last living beings to view it in its unaltered state. You haunt my nights, gentlemen. Your mysterious presence grows with each passing day. More questions, fewer answers. A young boy, an avenging seeker of justice, a man of the streets, and a cybernetic pretender to the throne. I can't get you out of my mind, out of my dreams, until I prove you liars.
Lex, we're getting some incredible pictures from our orbiting Lexsat communications satellite. I'll give you the feed and you can see it for yourself.
Incredible. Scanners show we've been detected, Lord. One of their orbiting devices has alerted them to our presence. Destroy it. We want them to know as little of us as possible. By your command, Lord.
The alien battleship destroys the satellite.
Gone. I caught only a glimpse, but that was all I needed to see that the vessel is indescribably huge, and I doubt its intentions are benevolent.
We've analyzed our brief telemetry recordings of the ship's course, and we're confident the ship is bound for the Coast City, California area.
Really? News reports say that one of the Supermen is actually in Coast City. Alert Star Labs and NASA, dear. Let them know the situation, while I try to determine what fate awaits Coast City. The Last Son of Krypton has stayed on the West Coast while Steel returned to Metropolis and is helping put out a fire at an airport in Coast City.
Can't thank you enough for helping us put out this blaze, Superman. There were a lot of toxic chemicals in that Ferris aircraft warehouse. Good thing you were around. No reason you people should take the risk when I'm around. But I'll have to go. Coast City is nice, but Metropolis is home. Hey, check out those lights. Sure doesn't look like an airplane.
It isn't. We just got a flash alert from NASA that reports an alien craft headed this way.
Looks like I'll be staying.
Glad to hear it, Superman. Green Lantern isn't around these days, so we'll take whatever protection we can get.
Let them come. If they're looking for peace, fine. If not, they'll regret the day I left Metropolis.
Meanwhile, the Cyborg Superman patrols Metropolis near the Daily Planet. White House security to Superman. White House security to Superman.
Superman here. How can I be of service?
We're using the communications device you gave the president recently to alert you of a strange situation. Seems there's a large alien craft headed for Coast City. Origin and purpose unknown. I'm sure you understand our concern.
I'm on my way.
You may have some help. One of those other so-called Supermen is in Coast City right now.
I'm aware of that, sir. It could be a coincidence. Or it could also be that this imposter who claims my name could be leading these aliens in an attack on Coast City.
The alien ship has arrived over Coast City.
We have arrived at 0 Point Alpha, Lord.
About time. If our leader knew we were behind schedule like this, he'd have us all incinerated. Alert the drop crews to prepare the carnage globes. I want them dropped as soon as we're stabilized.
We're in position, Lord. Carnage globes primed and ready.
Then arm all 77,000 units. And fire!
It drops green metallic globes all over the city, and the weight of them drives them deep into the pavement.
We've achieved even dispersal over a radius of 85 kilometers from 0 Point, Lord. 90 seconds to detonation.
Carol Ferris, it's wonderful hearing from you. I can't shake the memories of the weird experiences we've lived through.
You too? I haven't stopped having nightmares about what happened to Ferris either.
Tell me something, Carol. Don't you think it's funny that Green Lantern always seems to show up when you're in trouble?
Yeah, right. Anyway, if you still want me, I'm ready to move to Coast City and take that consulting job.
Do I still want you? You better believe I still want... Hang on just a sec. What the heck is that sound? The last son of Krypton has arrived to investigate, and he flies between the onslaught of green globes.
These globes! I'm not sure what they are, but they can't possibly be good.
I bet you know exactly what they are.
He is confronted by the cyborg Superman.
Admit it, imposter. You brought this ship here.
That's preposterous. What proof do you have for such an accusation?
You and the ship are in the same place at the same time. That's all the proof I need.
Out of my way. I don't have time for this foolishness. This situation needs checking out, and I intend to do just that.
So, you turned your back on me. Just as I thought you would.
The cyborg transforms his mechanical arm into an energy cannon.
Your first and last mistake. I don't know who or what you are, but as you go to your grave, there's one thing you should know. You'll be blamed for the deaths of millions.
He blasts the last son in the back with it, the bolts piercing through his chest.
Ah!
All the globes have landed, Lord. Your orders?
Detonate them, fool. I want all 77,000 of them detonated now.
By your command.
It sounds like a million thunderstorms all rolled into one. 77,000 explosive devices erupt as one, and the world is changed forever.
Clay, are you okay? Are you there?
I'm not in league with these barbaric destroyers. Why are you doing this? Why?
Still alive? I'm surprised. I fully expected you to be burnt as the city below.
You don't even care about Coast City.
The cyborg reconfigures his arm cannon.
Wrong. I care a great deal about this city's fate. Just like the attackers aboard that ship.
Less than 2,000 carnage globes left. The fusion grid is 93% complete.
Raise shields. Once the grid is in place and ready to blow, we'll have to ride out the biggest explosion this planet has ever seen. The grid is formed. Let the Earth village die.
You are now leaving Coast City. Read the sign at the edge of the city as the skyscrapers of Coast City tumble into one another as they collapse.
What I care about is making sure everything in this entire area is obliterated.
The cyborg fires his new blaster into the last son of Krypton's head. The cyborg blasts the last son of Krypton again and again as the explosion occurs. Ashes to ashes. Dust to dust. In seconds, a series of 77,000 individual explosions, each one powerful enough to topple a building, coalesces into one massive blast capable of wiping out an entire metropolitan area. Every office, every home, every school and hospital is atomized. The West Coast and its entire ecosystem is instantaneously shattered, and more than 7 million men, women, and children that once called the Coast City area home die. In the epicenter, the alien ship is shielded from the brunt of the blast. Time seems to crawl as the explosion stretches well into its third minute. The sheer force and magnitude of the blast surpass that of any weapon invented by man.
Shields are down 39%.
Hold steady. We're through the worst of it. And we can only hope the leader has survived.
Now come the shockwaves, shredding and buffeting everything in their path. To survive it is one thing. To do so without severe injury is quite another. The last son of Krypton's body is destroyed, reducing him to his energy form. The cyborg Superman is struck by the full force of the blast, but withstands it.
Coming apart. Can't think. Can't focus. Have to get away. Home.
The shockwaves have cleared. We're directly above the epicenter and it's perfectly calm, Lord.
Move into the next phase. We must hurry before our master arrives. Release the seeds.
Boom.
Seed released, Lord. The entire crater will be implanted evenly.
Millions of small silver globes drop from the alien ship, covering the devastated city.
How long before construction begins?
Construction will commence with impact, Lord.
Once all seeds have burrowed to the appropriate depth, each unit will follow its program until they fully deploy and connect with one another.
The silver globes burrow deep into the earth and begin to unfold machinery extending outwards.
Underground foundation complete, Lord. The construction process has pierced the surface.
Steel spires burst from the ground and begin to interlink, forming a larger structure.
Good. The leader shall be greatly pleased when he finally meets us.
The last son of Krypton's energy form reaches the Antarctic ice above the Fortress of Solitude.
Made it. Have to get inside to the fortress before my existence comes to an end again.
He begins to melt through the ice. The cyborg Superman surveys the growing engine city.
Beautiful. The destruction is so massive and all-consuming that it's beautiful. And this, the self-constructing replacement for the now dead city, is even more breathtaking in its appearance. I'll show these backward idiots they should have accepted me. I'll make them all choke on my superiority, and then...
Bleep. White House to Superman! White House to Superman! Great Scott! If you can hear me, you've got to answer, please!
I can barely hear you, White House. There's a lot of debris in the atmosphere.
Tell me what you found. The smoke and ash there is so thick that our satellite can't see through it. We can't raise anyone in Coast City either. I mean, tell me that this isn't really...
It is. I did everything possible to prevent it, but Coast City is gone. Everything is gone.
Why? How? Tell me what you see.
Nothing. The only thing here is a large, smoldering crater.
What about that ship we warned you about? Did you catch it?
I only caught a brief glimpse before it vanished without a trace.
The city rises around him as he lies to the White House. Antarctica. Far below the surface lies Superman's incredible Fortress of Solitude. A product of Kryptonian technology and history, its capabilities seem limitless. Its potential, infinite. The fifth Superman has boarded a large purple Kryptonian warsuit intent on returning to Metropolis.
Finally, with this suit, I will survive. But how can that entire spaceship vanish?
As I said earlier, with all this ash and debris in the sky, it's impossible to see more than a few feet. The blast was massive. For all we know, the explosion may have destroyed the ship as well.
Are you sure there aren't any survivors?
Doubt it very much, White House. I've used my telescopic vision to scan this entire crater, and the only thing here is me.
Do what you can, Superman. We'll have emergency teams there ASAP.
Superman, out.
The cyborg Superman boards the alien ship and greets his servant, Mongol.
You've completed the docking process? Yes. Good. We're behind schedule. The construction shall soon be complete. Once I'm done, Earth will be damned.
Mongol kneels and kisses Superman's cybernetic fist.
Yes, Master. Your dreams and wishes will be fulfilled. I have reshaped Coast City to my desire. And Metropolis is next.
Line of fire.
I'm over Santa Barbara, or what's left of it. Fires stretch to the horizon. The Los Padres National Forest is an inferno. Visibility is minimal. Considering the type of blast, I'd say these blazes were set by auxiliary incendiary devices, and not the same bomb that destroyed Coast City.
Thank God you gave the White House its personal communications link, Superman. Nothing else we have will penetrate that smoke and ash. Hard to believe I'm cross-country from you. Kryptonian technology, huh? Anyway, it's clear the President should send in troops, medical assistance.
Let's finish the sweep before we make any decisions, Mr. Quinn. I'm moving into a second zone, closer to ground zero. Everything's smashed flat, covered with ash. Lifeless. Wait, not quite lifeless. Let me check in on this. Superman, out.
Superman lands near a group of survivors.
Hey, it's like one of those Supermen, the high-tech dude.
It's Marines, girl. We're saved.
Superman, you, won't believe what happened to us. We were in our car, but, when the blast hit, we were in this underpass, so...
We beat the odds. We walked away into this hell. What happened? The Ruskies pushed the button? No, it was an alien ship aided by a rogue Superman. You're all in great danger. This rogue is unstoppable. There he is, behind you.
They turn and look behind them.
Where? I don't see a thing. All this haze?
The cyborg reshapes his arm.
I said, he's behind you.
The cyborg Superman blasts the survivors, turning them to ash.
Mr. Quinn, false alarm. Some wounded animals. I put them out of their misery.
This thing's too big, Superman, especially with the rogue still loose. I'm calling the Justice League.
I have a better idea. The young Superman, if he's really a clone of me, will be the perfect team.
Good point. I'll get right on it. Anything else to report to the president?
Finishing my sweep, there's an innermost ring of destruction. The blast threw up rubble and boulders, creating a small mountain range. Beyond that is nothing. No structures. No signs of life at all.
Superboy relaxes by playing a video game with Roxy.
Gotta stop Doomsday! Gotta stop Doomsday!
Oh, no! No way! Yes! Yes way! Look, this video game ain't called The Death of Superman for nothing, Flyboy.
Only genuine imitation Corinthian leather will do. You got that?
Yeah, Roxy? Well, next time I'm Doomsday, and you'll be horizontal. Promises, promises.
Doomsday win. Ha ha ha.
Game over. Superboy is given the mission to go check out the situation in Coast City, but Tana tells him she won't be going along this time. He's to hook up with a GBS affiliate out west. She hugs her friend, and he promises to take care before he leaves. In Antarctica, the Kryptonian warsuit blasts free of the ice and begins to trudge toward Metropolis. It reaches the ocean and drops to the bottom, continuing its slow and steady march on the ocean floor.
Hard evidence Coast City was destroyed by the so-called Last Son of Krypton. My clone and I will bring this rogue to justice.
Does this mean you agree the cyborg is the real Superman?
Well, maybe. Yeah, that gets a definite maybe.
I still strongly advise against following us into the dead zones of the blast area. You don't understand how dangerous the rogue is.
Talk to the White House, Superman. GBS has a green light on this.
Then you'll die in there, gentlemen. I guarantee it.
Whoa, can of glue and doom, Pops. I mean, with the two of us looking after things, they're covered.
Do you really think so? I must say, I wish I had that much confidence in my powers when I was your age.
What?
Watching on TV, Lois gives a start when she hears that. The Superman and the helicopter fly over the destruction amid the smoke from the fire. Firebird to base, 2 minutes 30 into flight, just cleared the Temblor Mountains. It's an inferno over here. If it spreads east, the Naval Petroleum Reserves outside Bakerfield could blow sky high.
First, we deal with the rogue Superman, Firebird. Then we'll clean up his mess.
Yeah, we'll make things plenty hot for that guy. Like it isn't hot enough already, you know?
The temperature doesn't bother me, son. In fact, I think things are going to get a lot hotter. Superman to base. We're under attack.
I'm jamming this frequency in case he's using it to home in on us.
Can't see the rogue. Too much smoke.
The cyborg blows up the helicopter with his heat vision.
Oh my god! You use your heat vision to... But we said we'd protect them! I said I'd protect them.
And I said they'd die in here. Superman always keeps his word. As for you...
The cyborg attacks Superboy.
Cow!
Welcome to hell.
Superboy falls into the woods below.
You fooled me, Lugnuts! Fooled the whole world! End of the line, man! I'll stop you! And Superman always wins!
That's right, boy. Except I'm Superman.
The cyborg smashes a burning tree trunk into him.
But I thought I should deal with you, just in case you are a clone.
Damn straight I'm Superman's clone. Ah!
Superboy struggles to get his burning jacket off.
Are you sure? Superman isn't hurt by fire. Superman would laugh at this energy blast.
Guess I'm just not in the mood to laugh, Tinsel Teeth.
The cyborg fires his arm cannon and the young hero dodges.
Yow! What's the story with my invulnerability? Keeps kicking on and off. And how come I can't figure out how to turn on my X-ray vision? Maybe Lugnuts is right. Maybe... No way! I gotta be a clone of Superman. Okay, not a perfect clone, but...
Think you could escape me, boy? You're only delaying the inevitable.
I always... Ah!
The cyborg chokes Superboy.
Always was a procrastinator.
Joke all you want, but I'll write Superman's legacy, and it'll be written in blood.
He slams him into the ground. Superboy holds the energy cannon away from him.
The kid's not out yet. He's still got a few tricks up his sleeve.
The metal arm flies apart at his touch.
My arm! Ow!
That's my secret. I have no idea.
Rebuilding it will be child's play, but I don't need it against you. You're no Superman. You're not even his clone.
The cyborg punches him with his other arm. Superboy tries to fly away over a ridge, but his flight is shaky.
I am Superman's clone. I am. They didn't understand Kryptonian DNA. Had to make some changes. That's it. That has to be it.
He sees the enormous engine city.
Don't worry, boy. It isn't the end of the world.
The cyborg hurls a huge rock into Superboy. He slams into the wall of Engine City, unable to get up.
It's only the end of your world.
No. You can't be the real Superman.
You'll never know.
The cyborg finishes him off. Lies and Revelations. A prophet of the Cyborg Superman leads a rally at Superman's statue in Centennial Park, preaching the gospel of his chosen savior and the falsity of all others. He says that the true Superman bears the scars of his battle with Doomsday, and the pretender has been violent and even killed criminals. Suddenly they are confronted by a group of Superman cultists who believe the Visored One to be the true hero and decry the cyborg as a graven image, a machine come to life. The two groups are about to riot when the police intervene to restore order, Inspector Maggie Sawyer, who knew Superman personally, convincing both groups to not fight and instead do something positive with their energy with an impassioned speech. Superboy dreams of his recent fight, then awakens to see his reality, imprisoned deep in Engine City by the Cyborg Superman and the galactic despot and former ruler of Warworld, Mongol.
Where the hell am I?
I suspected you might soon awake. You displayed a most impressive resiliency during our little battles, Superboy.
That's Superman to you, Mr. Roboto. And if it's resiliency you want to see, just let me out of this high-tech erector set, and I'll take your arm apart for you again.
You would do well to watch your tongue, pup.
Oh yeah? And who are you supposed to be, Beetlebrow? The poster child for jaundice? Looks to me like you took too many steroids. Ow!
I find your lack of respect most distasteful. Apologize, and perhaps I'll leave your jaw attached to your face. Perhaps. That's enough, Mongol. Let go of the boy. He must learn respect. He will. Unhand him. As you wish, leader.
Leader? You mean Mongoloid there works for you? Excuse me, but I walked into the middle of this movie. What's going on? And where are we?
What's going on is the redesign of this entire planet. It is a grand design which you, my insignificant little clone, are quite powerless to disrupt. As to our location, we are currently situated near the center of what was once Coast City, As you can see, we have reconstructed things somewhat. I like to think of it now as Engine City.
You mean you leveled Coast City to build that?
We did. Moreover, I've led the world to believe that the visor-wearing Superman imposter was responsible for Coast City's destruction. The media cheers me for my pursuit of him. Little do they know he's already dead. I killed him, of course.
Why are you doing this?
My reasons are my own. Superman knows best.
Don't hand me that. You're not Superman.
I am now. If you wish to reach your maturity, you should accept and acknowledge me as your master. You have no other options. There is no escape from Engine City. Come, Mongol. Let us leave our young friend to contemplate his future.
The two villains leave the boy.
Oh man, I really blew it this time. If even half of what he said is true, he's got the whole world in a vice.
My congratulations. You put him in his place most masterfully. I merely pointed out the facts of his predicament. His fate is in his hands. What of the other super beings who reside on this world? What of the self-styled Justice League? The League and their associates could conceivably present a challenge were they to learn the truth. But despite their considerable power, they should be easy to deceive. All of them? What of the one called Supergirl? Supergirl? Did you say Supergirl? You must be joking, Mongol. She's held in check by a corporate sponsor. She's even less of a threat than the boy. Yes, and of course you were able to deal with the boy easily. Exactly why did you let him live? You showed no such consideration for the visor, pretender. Why? The boy has possibilities. He has the malleability of youth. Data from the government computer networks indicates that he might actually be a Superman clone. If this is so, he could prove useful. As spare parts, if nothing else. And in retrospect, I regret allowing the atomization of that other Superman. I was unable to learn his origins. If I had, who knows what we might have learned from him.
Meanwhile, the Fortress of Solitude is in chaos.
Alert, fortress walls are being breached. Scan indicates an unusually high energy release. Across the spectrum.
The energy being of Superman descends into his refuge.
Help me.
Is it the Master?
He resolves into matter once more, his body severely damaged.
He has been seriously injured. His body shows signs of severe radiation burns. What could have caused this?
The cyborg. Danger. Need the regeneration matrix. Take me there. Hurry.
Yes, sir, at once. But there is something you should know about.
Later. First. The matrix? No. No. It's open. Empty. The power source is gone. Gone. What have you done with it?
Master, please, we have but followed our prescribed programming. You should not waste your energy in this manner. You are not well.
Tell me, what happened here? Where has the power gone? That wall, shattered. Kryptonian clothing scattered. The war suit, gone. Did intruders break in? Steal the power?
No, Master. The matrix opened from within. It could no longer contain the power you had placed inside.
And on the ocean floor,
Doom, doom, doom.
the Kryptonian warsuit was designed to withstand multi-kiloton explosions. There are few things on Earth that could stop it. Not the ultra-thick walls of Superman's underground Antarctic fortress. Not the uncaring cold of the Ronnie ice shelf. Not the incredible pressures of the ocean floor. Nothing presents any credible obstacle to the warsuit as it marches on. All challenges are dealt with automatically, efficiently, and humanely. The warsuit repels a large octopus. And then it continues on, ever northward, towards its pre-programmed destination.
Doom, doom, doom.
The cyborg Superman feeds computer-generated photorealistic illusions back to the rest of the world via electronic communication. He fabricates footage of the Last Son of Krypton attacking human forces and causing destruction. as well as a falsified blank crater where Coast City once stood to hide his engine city. Finally, he creates the illusion that Superboy is free and on his side, and asks for the Justice League's help as a unified front.
Over 7 million people were killed here. They must be avenged.
Superman's right, but we're gonna need your help. We're hopping to keep on top of things here.
Indeed, there are firestorms to be extinguished and fault lines to be shored up.
You have our full support, Supermen. What do you want us to do? The Cyborg asks the Justice League to go to the asteroid belt and intercept an incoming alien armada, which is actually just a ruse to keep them from interfering in his plans. Guy Gardner sticks up for the Last Son of Krypton, unable to believe he is capable of the acts they witnessed.
Superman I met was no imposter, princess. Sure, he took no prisoners, but he never leveled a city. He's righteous.
Are you sure you don't mean self-righteous? Listen up, Mo. Wonder Woman's got his number down cold. The dude sold us out. Pure and simple.
The League agrees to go into space to prevent the invasion, thanking the two Supermen for the warning. Guy, despite his reservations, goes along as well, though he insists that things can't be what they seem. The League board Maxima's starship and depart.
Orbital scanners indicate the Justice League ship has achieved escape velocity. You were absolutely right. They were easily deceived. Perhaps it was even because of their powers that they believed. Some of them wanted so desperately to use those powers to do something. Perhaps, at any rate, that's enough disinformation for one session. You do this well. Had I not known the truth, these false video feeds of yours might have fooled even me.
Believe it, Brow. The Cyborg man is one bad stud.
Yes, most true to life. Come, Mongol. We have much to do before my next progress report to the authorities. As you wish. No, Mongol. As I command. As you command. You are not the only one who can control transmissions, my dear leader. I may lack your ability to generate such convincing false images, but I can easily channel the truth to where it will do me the most good and you the most harm.
Mongol secretly turns on a broadcast of himself and the Cyborg talking near Superboy's prison.
Okay, I've got one advantage here. That Cyborg creep still doesn't realize how my powers work, or he wouldn't have left me alone with all this junk. Of course, I'm not all that sure how my powers work either. If I wasn't so wasted, these bonds weren't so frickin' complicated. I bet I could have ripped through this stuff long ago. Too bad I can't just wish it to pieces like Supergirl does with her psycho what's-its. Supergirl. I wish you were here now. You were right. We should have worked together. Huh? Now why'd they go and turn the floor show on again? Hey, if you're gonna rub it in, let's at least have some sound.
We must proceed immediately with plans to erect our second engine city in Metropolis. Yes, of course.
Metropolis? No way! Everyone I know is in Metropolis. Rex, Roxy, Tana, Supergirl. I've got to get out of this place. Can't let anything stop me. Superman, the first Superman, didn't let Doomsday trash his town. And I won't let these creeps rip it down. That Cyborg and his alien flunky are going to be sorry they ever decided to use this little video torture. 'Cause it'll be a cold day in hell before I give up now.
The Fortress robots have helped the Last Son into a nutrient bath as a substitute for the broken regeneration chamber. Still convinced he is Superman come back to life, the robots attempt to heal his psyche by reminding him of his true origins. The Last Son is actually the Kryptonian artificial intelligence known as the Eradicator, first seen in the Day of the Krypton Man, when he clashed with Superman by trying to resurrect Krypton on Earth and was defeated, falling into the sun. He returned and attempted the same thing again, until he was ultimately defeated by Superman again and dispersed through the Fortress's Kryptonian systems. Following Superman's death, the Fortress robots reconstructed him, and he mistakenly believed he was Superman's spirit. He sought the body and brought it back to the Fortress to place in the regeneration chamber, forming a substitute body for himself from matter found in the tomb, to use while Superman's actual body healed in the Matrix. The robots reinforced his delusion, obeying their programming to serve Kryptonians as the Eradicator drew power from Superman's body and the sunlight collected in it, until Clark was fully healed and the Matrix released him.
The power of Superman was mine. I never thought it would leave me. Without it, I am nothing. Nothing but an artifact of a dead world.
Prognosis? Uncertain. Backfeed loop suggests that the Eradicator has ended his self-denial. There is a chance he can be motivated to recover. Motivation is not enough, nor is the nutrient bath sufficient to correct his bodily injuries. He must be re-energized. But how? Master Kal-El was by far his best conduit for energy, and he is beyond our power to contact or recall. The South Atlantic Ocean, just off the coast of the Falkland Islands. The Kryptonian warsuit trudges on across the ocean floor.
I can't believe these readings. I knew that this walking tank could truck, but the speed it's maintaining is nothing short of phenomenal, especially at such a depth. At this rate, I ought to arrive in a matter of hours. It can't be soon enough, as far as I'm concerned.
The warsuit smashes through a rock in its way.
What was that? Did the warsuit's defense systems kick in again? I wish I could tell what's going on out there. But I'm basically riding inside this thing deaf, dumb, and blind. I suppose I shouldn't complain. After the pounding the Eradicator once gave this warsuit, it's astounding that the Fortress robots were able to get any of its systems back online. This is frustrating. I have locomotion, life support, and defense, but no communications. At least the navigation system constantly updates my latitude and longitude. I know that I'm still on course. I just wish that I had a functioning radio so I could tell people that I'm coming, and find out what's going on. From the last news I heard in the Fortress, there were at least 4 Superman pretenders on the loose in Metropolis, and 2 of them were duking it out over the rights to the name. God knows what else has happened since I've set out. One thing's for sure, putting an end to all this nonsense is most definitely a job for the real Superman.
Superboy struggles to get free of the machines imprisoning him, wondering if he really is Superman's clone or not. The Return! While Superboy stews, knowing what's in store for Metropolis, Lex Luthor spots the approaching warsuit on his long-range sensors, and arranges for Supergirl and Steel to meet it as a defensive force and stop it. The Man of Steel continues his one-man war on the gangs of Metropolis, slamming thugs with his hammer and popping their cars' tires with a new Rip-It gun. But upon seeing the report on the news, he wonders why, if he could beat the Last Son alone, he's now able to face down the Cyborg and Superboy working together. And for that matter, why would the Last Son be attacking in the first place, after he had seemed to have learned his lesson at John's hands and given him Metropolis to protect? In any case, he resolves to go to Coast City and help the other Supermen as soon as he can. The Cyborg and Mongol celebrate the success of their ruse, when suddenly Superboy, in a moment of extreme fear and panic, manages to break free of his restraints, triggering his tactile telekinesis, which he remains unaware he even has.
Awesome! I got really scared and freaked, and the restraint blew apart. Panicky power blast? It's not one of Superman's powers, but it sure seems to be one of mine.
Superboy evades groups of aliens in the corridors as he makes his escape from Engine City. Too weak to win alone, he knows his best chance is to make it to Metropolis, to alert the world to the truth and gather help. Still somewhat shaky, he begins the cross-country flight.
Wish I could fly there faster than sound, like Superman. Just don't have enough energy. Be lucky to reach Metropolis by morning.
O'Hara Airport in the Oaktown section of Metropolis.
Looks like the Man of Steel. Hey, what are you doing here?
Hitching a ride to Coast City. Want to have some power left once I get there. How about you?
I'm going there too. The cyborg claimed he was full-powered as an adolescent, but Superman once told me his powers develop much more slowly. If he's lying about that, he could be lying about other things.
I know. I wonder why I was able to fight the Kryptonian to a standstill, while Superboy and the Cyborg together can't. It doesn't jibe. I don't trust him either.
That's good to hear. Want to hitch a ride with... Look, it's Supergirl. Wonder what she's doing here.
Supergirl flies to the water's edge just as the warsuit emerges from the ocean.
It's coming. Oh, Lord, it's here. It's big. What if it is like Doomsday? What if I can't stop it?
Supergirl, can you hear me through the earphone? Listen to me. It's climbing on the line. Don't let it get any further.
Yeah, good idea.
Supergirl flips one of the huge machine's legs up, knocking it over, and into Lex's chopper.
Lex's chopper. Oh no, Lex!
Supergirl saves Lex as Steel heads for the warsuit.
Something's going down.
Just as Superboy reaches the city's edge.
Now that I'm in Metropolis, How am I going to find the Man of Steel? Maybe I ought to go to the mayor instead, or WGBS. They'll warn people to evacuate and...
He hears the crash of the war suit.
Sounds like trouble at O'Hara. Hope the cyborg hasn't already made his move.
Supergirl, what?
Their robot destroyed a sub filled with scientists. Now it's attacking Metropolis.
Supergirl's been distracted from going to Coast City, and the advent of this menace will convince her to remain with me in Metropolis.
Whatever that monster came here for, it's not getting it.
Steel flies straight into the large machine with a rocket punch.
Thing's got me. Fist like a vice. Gotta get free.
The war suit grabs Steel by the waist. He fires ribbons at it and they ricochet near Superboy.
Watch it.
Cyborg claims you've been brainwashed. That you're working with the Kryptonian.
He would. He's got some kind of program that lets him fake broadcasts. The Kryptonian's dead, and the cyborg's really the bad guy. Wait, let me get you out of there. All I have to do is touch him. With my foot is good enough, and concentrate, and I can make him drop you. If I'm lucky.
Superboy triggers his tactile telekinesis again, and the robotic suit drops John.
He did it. He freed me. And something tells me he's right on the money about the cyborg. The cyborg's lying. I'd bet my life on it.
Hit it hard. Cream it.
John Henry Irons swings his hammer into the war suit's midsection, finally damaging it. The machine crumbles to its knees, finally stopped.
It's moving. Get back.
Wait. Superman once told me about walking Kryptonian tanks called battlesuits. They would have looked like that. That may be one of them. You saying this thing has something to do with Superman? Because otherwise we're in trouble.
It's lurching to its feet.
A chamber in its carapace is opening. Someone is coming out. This is the guy who blew up Coast City. Can't tell yet, Lois. But that's why he came back to Metropolis. Because the bad guy ain't a Kryptonian. It's the cyborg. He's in league with an alien named Mongo. There's a giant engine growing where Coast City used to be. And Metropolis is going to be their next target.
A hatch on the bottom opens and a figure emerges, covered in goo.
Metropolis? Over my dead body!
A fifth Superman wearing a black suit and a silver S-shield reveals himself. Or is he truly the original, come back to life at last?
Freeze, mister. Metropolis is ours.
The man ain't yanking you, pal. You want trouble? We'll give it to you big time.
Don't let the outfit fool you. I'm Superman, and I'm back.
We thought you were attacking the city. For all we know, you still got that in mind.
Watch him closely. There's no telling what this man has up his sleeve. Resurrections. Some homecoming. I realize I've been away a while, but I didn't expect to be public enemy number 1 when I returned. You interviewed me several times, Miss Lane. Surely you recognize me?
He looks and sounds so much like Clark. But some of the others were convincing too. I'm sorry, but you're not the first guy to hit Metropolis claiming to be Superman this year.
Apparently not. You must be 2 of the 4 I heard about. Watch it.
Please, I really don't know who to believe anymore.
But you were the first one to write about me. The first to call me Superman. I said watch it, man.
The others have tried that same line. Can't you come up with something new?
John grabs the latest Superman's shoulder.
Hey, you're digging in pretty hard. I said to leave the lady alone, and if this simple squeeze can hurt you, then there's no way you're really Superman. I was taken about as far down as anyone can go. I'm not totally recovered yet. That's why I needed that Kryptonian war suit to get here. Well, Miss Lane, I'll need help convincing the rest of the world of my story. Will you give me 5 minutes of your time in private? Please?
Look, I've been through this with 4 others already. Unless you have something convincing, I really don't see the need to pursue this further. How about it? Give me one reason why I should give you the time of day.
She doesn't believe me. Unless... How about To Kill a Mockingbird?
Clark's all-time favorite movie? Could it be? Hey, we got more important things to worry about than whether or not you're Supes.
Such as?
Coast City! It's gone! Obliterated! Destroyed! One of the other 2 pretenders to the throne is actually out there now, building the biggest freaking engine you ever laid eyes on.
Status report, Mongol. The warhead will soon be loaded with the armament needed to destroy Metropolis, leader. I'll reduce that infernal city to ash, just as I crushed Coast City. Good. We are close to the realization of my dream. A planet we can blast out of the sun's orbit to function as a space-going vessel. War World reborn. Countless planets shall cower before my military might once again. I savor the irony of it all. I'll turn the dead Kryptonians' home planet into the mightiest weapon the galaxies have ever known. The fists of Mongols shall rule once more. Cower before you, Mongol?
The cyborg shoves him.
Understand this. You are my servant. You serve my wishes.
This bad. I go. You too.
You were nothing but a 2-bit ruler from a 2-bit planet when I found you. If the universe cowers before anyone, it will be me.
The cyborg blasts him with his I-beam.
Ugh. Remember our deal. You satisfy your bloodlust by being one of my soldiers, while I get my revenge against Earth and Superman. Move.
Indeed, we go. We move.
The cyborg Superman storms off, and in his wake, one frightened alien explains to another who he truly is and his history, which he found in the ship's databanks. Hank Henshaw was an astronaut who went into space with his wife, her brother, and his best friend, all of whom were mutated by cosmic radiation and gained fantastic new powers. However, their lives were cut very short as the radiation turned out to be deadly. But when Hank died, his consciousness survived, having gained the power to inhabit machinery of any kind and reshape it to his purpose, and thus the cyborg was born. His wife, terrified of the amalgamation of parts that claimed to be her husband, went mad and killed herself, falling out a window in terror. Hank's presence was so strong it disrupted Earth's magnetic field, and Superman, whom Henshaw blamed for not rescuing his spacecraft during its crash, finally drove the new creature from the planet. Henshaw escaped by inhabiting the Kryptonian matrix chamber Superman was born from and fashioning a new vessel to speed away into space. This is also where he obtained Superman's genetic code and how he created his Kryptonian body parts. The cyborg eventually found his way to Mongol's Refuge, a planet he ruled after Superman had deposed him from his war world, a traveling fortress planet. The cyborg bonded with an organic inhabitant and became aware of Mongol as he absorbed its mind. The cyborg made his way to Mongol's court and offered him a partnership, only to be rebuked. As his new host died, Henshaw leaped into Mongol's own machines and took them over with ease, soon moving on to Mongol's starship. The cyborg showed Mongol his true power by reshaping the starship for his own ends. He formed a dragon-like creature from the machinery, and now dictated his demands to Mongol, no longer willing to share power, but intent on subjugating the despot. After enough torture, Mongol did indeed submit. But he is a proud and fierce warrior, and knew his only option was to bide his time, obey, and wait for his chance. Besides, the cyborg's plan to make Earth a new war world and ruin Superman's name in the process wasn't anything he was opposed to doing. He merely opposed being forced to do it.
Now you know. Leader very bad. Even Mongol fear him. Still not understand? Really simple. Leader, once human, name Hank Henshaw. Astronaut friends dead. Mate too. Now too advanced to live on Earth. Leader blamed Superman. Hated Superman. How get revenge? Superman dead too. But he had Superman's genetic code. Could assume Superman's identity and have him blamed by universe for destroying Earth.
The Antarctic.
The healing process goes well. We must hurry. There are first reports of Superman's arrival in Metropolis on the airwaves. The Master will not like this. He wanted to be here when Kal-El arose.
She should know better than to give him the time of day.
No lie. If he's really Supes, where are his powers?
Understand this, my pet. No matter what transpires here, I expect you to stay in Metropolis.
But Lex, don't you think I should help them out?
The fifth Superman and Lois go into a hangar away from the others. Good. There's no one here. We can talk privately.
I can't believe I'm even listening to you, after all the others. I just don't know who to believe.
Did the others remind you of the time I gave you Ma's engagement ring?
No, Please don't.
Did they tell you about the time I admitted being Clark? Or the time we flew to the mountains to talk? Or how about that rainy night in July when we first...
No! You died. I held you in my arms when it happened. People, even Superman, can't come back from the dead. I'm so confused. You know certain things, but so did the others. How am I supposed to be sure?
I don't understand this any more than you do. All I know is that I've been through a massive trauma. The last thing I remember is Doomsday hitting me. Lois, it's me. Just look at me. Just remember, no matter what happens, I'll always love you. Always.
Huh?
Clark kisses Lois, repeating his exact final words to her when he kissed her before he charged off to fight Doomsday for the last time.
Clark?
Let's go. I don't think you should. I don't care what you think.
Ooh, dis!
I need to get to California in a hurry. Those flight boots would be a big help.
No way!
Give the man your boots. Thanks. I never thought I'd see the day when I needed help flying. Considering what I went through, I guess I'm just lucky I can still walk. If you're coming, great. If not, no problem.
Superman, Superboy, and the Man of Steel blast off across the sky towards Engine City.
Superman is back, and somebody's going to pay for what they've done.
This is dope!
This seems so wrong. This man can't be Superman.
The three Supermen are nearing the West Coast.
4 hours. I used to fly cross-country in under 4 minutes. That was when I had full power. No telling how long it'll take to store enough solar energy to get back to that level. Doesn't matter. There's a madman out there. A madman who killed millions. A madman using my name. Assault on Engine City. Only other time I felt such a commanding presence was when I met Superman. The real Superman. Maybe it is him. I want it to be him. But Superman died. Wonder what the kid thinks.
Man, could I go for a pizza?
Sure you're up to this, man? It'd take a lot less than a bursting shell to pierce your skin right now. I've seen Warworld, John. Before I'd let that hell come to Earth, I'd gladly die again.
Can't you get a clearer image on the monitor?
The haze, leader. It interferes.
Save your excuses, dolt. Luckily, I recognize the forms of the boy and the Man of Steel. I wonder who their friend is. No matter. I've already sent the most powerful heroes off planet. Terminating these three will be almost too easy. Not if their friend is the real Superman, back from the dead to haunt you. Ha ha ha!
The cyborg twists Mongol's arm painfully hard.
Ah! I should kill you for that remark, Mongol. Instead, let this be a reminder of who holds your leash, dog.
All batteries, fire! Obliterate the intruders!
Steel blocks for Superman as the three dodge the incoming cannon fire.
So much for surprise.
Yeah, we're spotted like Dalmatians.
You alright? Yeah, it'll take more than one blast to hurt this Man of Steel. 2 at least. I like your attitude, but would you mind if I just called you Steel? Now, we have to get inside this place, and the only attack they wouldn't expect is a full frontal assault.
Totally psycho, man. I like it. Of course, I'd like it better if we were talking about Michelle Pfeiffer.
Joke all you want, son, as long as you deliver when it counts. Steel, take point. Hit him hard. You got it.
The three dive together, fast. They punch through the wall of Engine City and engage the alien army within, attacking them in a fury. One robot finds his weapon diverted by an unseen force, and Superman is narrowly missed by its deadly blast. Hey, let's play a new game that's thrilling millions. Robotic gizmos, need it or not. Superboy plunges a hand into the robot's chest. We'll start with, oh, this thing I just yanked from your chest. The robot falls, ending the short battle. Aw, too bad. You just lost your mechanical semblance of life and a chance at a new car. Next contestant?
They all got beaten or ran away, kid. How are you doing, Superman? Fine, Steel, but these flight boots are trashed. Things aren't going to get any easier. I'll need something else to give me an edge. What are you up to, man? I know the odds we're up against. I may die here, but I'm not committing suicide. Some people say I'm the world's biggest Boy Scout. Well, you know the Scout's motto. Always be prepared.
Superman now dual wields the large alien guns and is loaded with ammo belts.
Slam it! Time to earn some merit badges. Which way, fearless leader? Up toward the command center, with quite a nice view of the ocean, I hear, or down into the oil-soaked guts of Engine City?
Down. First we make sure this place is inoperable. Then we take out Mongol and that twisted fake. Real Superman? Could it be, this time, the good guy is wearing black? This is Jack Wright.
Other false prophet. The cyborg is the true man of tomorrow who will lead us into the future.
Fact is, my client, that's the kid, he's got a trademark on the Superman name, so... Wish Clark was here to end this madness. No, that's not quite true, Lois Lane, and you know it. You want to be by his side, no matter where, no matter how dangerous.
Superman trades fire with the army of aliens and robots in Engine City as Superboy struggles with a door.
They're closing in. I can't hold them back by myself. I need to reload. How's that door coming, kid?
Got it. This way.
I'll crimp these clothes. Make damn sure no one follows. Good. Use this breather to...
Guys? Guys, we got trouble. Big trouble.
They find themselves in a tall silo with a gigantic missile.
I think it's that engine bomb thing. You know, what the cyber rat's gonna shoot at Metropolis? Boom! Goodbye, Big Apricot! Hello, Engine City Part 2!
That's not going to happen.
They found the missile, leader.
Excellent.
The aliens find them again and open fire.
Oh, great! Our friendly neighborhood alien horde! How many hundred this time?
Too many to fight on this catwalk. Move! I'll shield us. Ahead and down. Find another access hatch.
Someone else already found one.
Launch it.
The missile fires its engine and begins to launch.
We're toast!
One chance.
Steel pounds on a door with his hammer.
This door's gotta open into a utility room or something. Follow me.
The aliens are torched by the engine's blast. The missile leaves the silo, headed for Metropolis.
Made it. Just made it. Everyone okay? I'm fine, Steel, but the boy. I thought he was right behind you. He's not invulnerable to fire. If he's out there, he...
Steel opens the door.
God! Should have known better. Should have been watching. Steel, wait. We're in some sort of tracking room. Look, that speck on the missile. It's the kid.
High in the air, Superboy clings to the outside of the missile, climbing along its surface.
Keep moving forward. Up to me. Gotta stop this thing. Gotta use my weird disassembling power. Don't know how it works, really, but too much at stake. Gotta do it. Gotta... Gotcha! Crowd goes wild. One globe down. Couple hundred to go.
Up to him to stop that missile now. Our job is to make sure this place never launches another one. Good Lord. Life doesn't mean a thing to this madman. And he calls himself Superman. When someone takes your life's work and twists it like this. I know. This silo's deep. Looks like it goes straight to hell. That's where we're going, Steel. And since I'm not invulnerable and can't fly, you better catch me before I get there.
Superman leaps into the chasm of the empty silo. Meanwhile, the young Superman has climbed to the nose of the missile.
Okay, don't panic. There's still seconds before I'm responsible for the death of millions. Took apart some of those globe things, ripped out all the important-looking wires, but I'm no rocket scientist. If I pull the plug on Mr. Missile here, it's just dumb luck. And even if I did, at this speed it'll rip through Metropolis like Godzilla through Tokyo. Town of Moon reporting live. The unidentified missile which erupted from the Coast City disaster zone has evaded all Patriot anti-missile fire. Gotta change its course, lift it or something. Now this is a job for Superman. Time to earn your name, kid.
What do you mean you can't find Supergirl, Happerson? My city's about to be destroyed.
Meanwhile, the young Superman has climbed to the nose of the missile as it nears Metropolis.
We have to get out of here. Get to safety.
Lady, no place is safe. No one is safe. Metropolis just ran out of miracles.
He shoves against it hard, straining to lift the nose and change the missile's direction.
Turn, you overgrown firecracker. Come on, turn. Perry, I came as soon as I heard. Is it as bad as they say?
No, Lois. It's worse.
The missile's headed directly for the Daily Planet building. Will Superboy divert it in time?
Ah! Wait, it's the young Superman. My God, put the chopper down, Gordon. Anywhere, now.
Great shades of Elvis.
Yes, he deflected the missile. He deflected the missile. He's riding it out over the harbor and toward the open sea. He saved the city, everyone. Superman saved Metropolis.
What? The kid.
I don't think he got away, Perry. Oh my God, that would have leveled the city.
Donna, we're on the air right now.
Okay, there's been a sudden turn of events. I don't see Superman, and the bomb, I'm sorry, Gordon, but he was a friend of mine.
Tana drops her microphone and collapses, crying on air.
He was my friend.
You getting this back at the station? These ratings will go through the roof.
Secret weapon. Over 7 million people lived in Coast City, California, right up until the moment when it was leveled by the forces of a mad cyborg who had masqueraded as our world's greatest hero. Now, in place of that great urban center stands this monstrous construct called Engine City. It is the linchpin of the cyborg's plans of global domination and revenge. He believes he has either duped or destroyed all who might have opposed him. He is wrong. 2 brave men now descend into the depths of Engine City, determined to stop the cyborg and save the world, even if at the risk of their own lives. The Man of Steel was a great engineer until he learned how his work had been used to kill innocent people. Now he uses his rocket-propelled armor to protect lives. The Man in Black has long fought for truth and justice. He survived the destruction of the planet Krypton and death at the hands of the monster Doomsday. Our world rightly knows him as Superman.
Come on, Steel. There's a long, hard road ahead. You're too much, man.
The bottom of this pit's at least a half-mile down. That lying cyborg and the other weird dude with the visor both claimed they were Superman.
But neither one has half this guy's heart. Or guts. If he isn't the real McCoy, he's close enough in my book. He took a hell of a risk with this jump. He's nowhere near as strong as my armor makes me. Don't worry, man. I'll catch you. Thanks, but that's not necessary.
Huh? He's slowing down. But I thought... Steel's a good man. With allies like him, we could fight our way to the center of the earth. And I need good allies, weak as I am.
You landed soft as a feather. I thought you couldn't fly anymore. What gives?
Shh, not now. The walls have ears and eyes.
I read you.
Superman converses with an unseen ally as the alien army appears again to waylay our heroes.
Looks like they have arms, too.
Destroy the intruders.
The invisible ally takes out another alien about to harm Superman as he and Steel fight off the horde. Steel swings his hammer and Superman makes his shots count, his weakened X-ray vision still able to pick robots out of the crowd, and bringing down the war machines with his guns makes the live foes scatter. Eventually, the aliens are in full retreat.
Think we've finally seen the last of them? No, what am I saying? We couldn't be that lucky. I hope Superboy's been lucky. The kid doesn't like being called Superboy. Well, whatever you call him, I pray that he comes through.
Superboy lands on a garbage scow on the water, mostly okay, thrown free by the missile's explosion. Luthor lands his helicopter and rushes to the boy.
Superboy, what in blazes is going on? Don't call me Superboy. I'm Superman.
Goddamn little punk.
I don't care what you call yourself. Who launched that missile? And where is my Supergirl? Answer me. Where's Supergirl? Huh? Supergirl? How should I know? She disappeared right around the time you 3 Supermen left for the coast, and there's been no sign of her since. Where is she? Hey, lower the volume, Kay. I haven't seen her. But if I did, I'd tell her to head for Engine City. Engine City? Oh man, Superman the Sealster gonna need help. Gotta go back and help him. Up, up.
The young Superman collapses when he tries to fly. Engine City.
No finer plan was ever devised. That teenage clone was helpless, shackled fast. How could he even have escaped and brought back help, much less change the course of the engine bomb? How, Mongol? How? I am at a loss, leader. Your plan indeed appeared flawless. And now there is a new Superman imposter with which to contend. A ridiculous man in black, like a figure out of the cinema. And he and that armored lout have routed our forces. Routed them! It defies all belief! It does indeed. Just as it defies belief that I, who have conquered entire star systems, should be allied with one who is proving so inept. This deranged cyborg was the most powerful of the Superman pretenders. I thought him our best conduit for my own revenge over the late Kryptonian. How could I have been so wrong? Only seconds more and the bomb would have destroyed Metropolis, seeding it with the materials for a second Engine City. It should have worked. It would have, if not for that accursed clone. That was unexpected. We both underestimated the boy. I'd planned to use him against you, you arrogant fool, but his success against the bomb threatens my own plans as well.
Reports of a fifth Superman have been confirmed by Daily Planet reporter Lois Lane. Miss Lane, who years ago popularized the name Superman, is convinced that this newest arrival is the original hero of Metropolis.
No.
Miraculously recovered from what appeared to be death. According to Lane,
No. He's dead. Dead and gone. Superman can't possibly be alive. Can he? Superman once thought you did. You've spoken to me so eloquently of how he callously abandoned you to the vacuum of space. If he is truly alive, your revenge can be even sweeter than before. Yes. You are correct, Mongol. When I learned of Superman's death, I thought I had to content myself with conquering the Earth in his guise, of eventually destroying his good name. But now, Superman will discover that the scientist he abandoned has survived, that the intellect of Hank Henshaw lives on. I will show him how I have mastered the art of cybernetic transmorphing. But I shall take my final revenge in his own image. I will destroy him with my own hands. The real Superman was foolishly honorable. Whatever occurred between them cannot possibly have been as the cyborg claims. He's lost all reason, living in a world of his own pathetic delusions. Yes, with my own hands. Just as I killed that visored imposter.
Antarctica, the Fortress of Solitude.
Status report. The Eradicator continues to improve, albeit slowly.
Heal me.
And his impatience grows exponentially.
The cyborg pretender attacked me while I wore the shield of Krypton's last son. He thought me destroyed. I must again be made whole. I must live to avenge both myself and the name of Superman.
At least he's not confusing the two anymore. That is a marked improvement.
I must have more power, more data, if I am to persevere. Attend me!
Master, we have already brought you online with all Fortress power and information systems. Absorption of either energy or data at an increased rate could result in irreparable harm. It is advised that you heal slowly and completely.
There is no time. Broadcasts indicate the other Supermen, the young clone, the armored one, even Kal-El himself, have allied themselves against the cyborg. But their power is insufficient. Metropolis has been saved, but the clone may have perished. The cyborg must not triumph. The Eradicator must prevail. I must have more power. Now!
Master, no. All systems are responding to your demands. If you persist in this energy drain, the fortress itself may suffer.
This fortress was my creation, It is mine to do with as I will.
All reserves are being channeled into the master. We cannot override. The fortress begins to crumble under the strain of the energy transfer. Dysfunction. Dysfunction.
More power. More.
Throughout the millennia, it existed as an artificial intelligence. The Eradicator knew only logic and data. Even when it first assumed humanoid form and sought to remake the Earth in the image of Krypton, it looked upon the planet as little more than raw materials. It had none of the passion, none of the love that Superman felt for our world. All emotions, whether human or Kryptonian, were alien to it. All that began to change when the Eradicator was reborn in the image of Superman. His mind was open to new thoughts and newer, ever more complex ways of thinking and of feeling.
Yes!
The Eradicator blasts free of the Antarctic ice, refueled with power. He learned the ways of passion and of rage, of power and of glory.
The cyborg shall fall by the power of Krypton! Vengeance shall be mine!
And may heaven help us all.
Nice save. A little close, but nice. What in the... That robot tried to blast us, but what blasted it? My secret weapon. What secret weapon? It's all right. The coast is clear. You can show yourself. Come on out and take a bow. Who are you talking to?
The invisible Supergirl reveals herself.
Oh my lord!
Hello again, Mr. Steele. I realize these aren't the best of circumstances, but I'm pleased to finally introduce myself. Formally, I mean. I'd heard such good things about you, and they've all been borne out. You've really done an excellent job.
Supergirl! I'm not sure what to say. Thank you. Do you mean that you've been with us the whole time?
Uh-huh. Ever since Metropolis. You don't think Superman could have done all that flying and fighting by himself, do you?
I apologize for keeping you in the dark about this, Steel, but the fewer of us who knew Supergirl was here, the less chance there was of accidentally tipping off the enemy. Supergirl, could you fill him in while I reload?
Of course. You see, Steele, when Superman first reappeared back at the airfield, I had a feeling that he might be for real. After he spoke with Miss Lane, I could tell that she believed him too, and that was good enough for me. I mean, she first met him years ago. She named him Superman, for heaven's sake. So I snuck up on him and offered my help. In my invisible state, I'm virtually undetectable. Superman immediately saw how useful that would be. I suggested that he ask Team Luthor for jet boots, but I gave him added lift most of the way, to save his fuel, just as Superboy gave you a boost, Steel. Along the way, I briefed Superman on what had been going on in his absence. And since we got to Engine City, I've been secretly making surveillance sweeps and providing cover.
Again, Steel, I'm sorry that we kept this from you. No problem. You didn't know me, and it was a sound tactic. Now more than ever, I'm convinced that you are the man. We'll nail these world bashers together. I hope so. I want my second lease on life to last a while.
It will.
Damn straight it will. I swear to do right by you, Superman. The world was a mighty cold place without you around. When this is all over, though, I wouldn't mind hearing exactly how you came back from the dead. I'd like to know that myself. Maybe we can find the answer together. But for now, our main objective is to shut down the Cyborg's power supply. From what I've been able to scope out, these corridors should take us there. Do you agree, Supergirl?
Yes, that's how it looked to me on my last scouting flight.
Good. Fly on ahead then and make another sweep. Looks like there's a drop-off just up ahead, about 25-30 feet across. You want to live, Superman? No thanks, Steel. I think Superman easily clears the gap. I can manage. A huge door closes, separating Supergirl from the others. With no way to lift it, Superman and Steel break through another wall and keep on going. Little do they know the Cyborg is watching them from within Engine City's systems. While linked into it with his cybernetic body, he functionally is the city itself. While he boasts about his power, Mongol watches and makes plans of his own. Mongol resolves to kill the returned Superman and let Engine City destroy the Earth by activating the single engine, and he will make a new war world elsewhere. As it springs to life, deep within the heart of Engine City lies a secret none of the Supermen suspect, that the city itself runs on an engine made of pure kryptonite.
Blast off. What was that? Felt like the entire structure just shuddered.
Smoke billows from the huge structure of Engine City.
I felt it too. Superboy called this complex Engine City, and it felt like a giant engine just switched on. Does that mean what I think it means? It can't mean anything good. Come on, we'd better hurry. Man, I hope Superboy saved Metropolis. Me too, but if we don't succeed in taking out this complex's power station, it won't really matter. So first we trash the power station. Then we confront the cyborg and his sidekick, Mongo. Or maybe we'll be forced to take out Mongo first. Mongo confronts the heroes.
Welcome to Engine City, Superman. If you truly are the real Superman, I am here to destroy your adopted world. Engine City is a giant rocket engine. Others, placed around the planet, would have given your world stability as it blasted into space as my new war world. But your Superboy has thwarted the placement of our second engine in Metropolis. He did it. So, I have given the order to fire this single rocket engine, sending your Earth spinning out of orbit, where competing forces will shatter it into 1,000,000 pieces. I've watched your actions on our view screen, Superman. You no longer have the power to withstand me. First, I will destroy you, and then I will destroy your adopted world.
Earth is doomed unless we can stop the blast. You were right. Go to the engine room, Man of Steel. Destroy the rocket engine. I'll take care of Mongol. You saved my life once. I had to make that life count for something. John removes his mask. The High Steel Worker. I remember you. The name's John Henry Irons. Irons, maybe, but strong as steel. Steel blasts away to the engine room. Good luck, Steel. Superman tries his gun on Mongol. Pooh, pooh, pooh.
Fire away, Superman. Indulge yourself. As you can see, your blasts do not affect me. I will let the one you call Steel go for now, Superman. For there is nothing he can do to stop the forces I have set in motion. Know that before I destroy him, I will indulge in the pleasure of destroying you.
Mongol wraps his muscular arms around Superman and begins to crush him.
Martha? Jonathan? I'm at the airport. No, I'm still trying to get to California. No, there are no flights out. They've closed down all flights heading west because of garbage in the air from the destruction of Coast City. But I'm not giving up. I have to go there. I think Clark is really back this time. I know, sweetie. I saw the TV. I think so too. I just hope we don't lose him all over again.
The cyborg monitors everyone in Engine City. He doesn't care that Mongol has started the engine. Earth's destruction is an acceptable outcome for him, so he moves to stop Steel from sabotaging the engine room to ensure the engine goes off as planned. He travels as energy to inhabit the engine room machinery. Steel is baffled by the alien machines in the gigantic engine room, but he doesn't have long to ponder them before the cyborg shows up, forming a large head and hands from the walls around John and wrapping him in steel cables. Steel hurls the large robot off of him and across the room, but the cyborg simply forms another body from the floor behind John and strikes again, punching him with a large metal fist. Steel now realizes it is the cyborg Superman he faces in these machines, and fires rivets into his new body and skull. His only hope is to keep the cyborg talking and hope he reveals a clue to destroying the engine. In the cyborg's grip, Steel taunts him and the cyborg begins to monologue about the great and powerful engine and its firing process. He taunts Steel back for his humanity, saying he isn't strong enough to be a true man of steel.
Mongol has me at bear hug. Another rib cracked, I think. Can't breathe. Just toying with me so far. He has power to crush me. While I'm virtually powerless except for the weapons I've found. Grenade should knock him back. Buy me space to breathe. Ribs broken. An excellent trick, Superman. The last you will ever employ. I struck thin air, and it felt hard as steel. What can this mean? Either Superman has learned to project invisible force fields, or he has an invisible ally.
The invisible Supergirl knocks Mongol back.
And now his ally is taking the offensive. Invisible now, but it won't be for long. The machine oil that flows through these pipes is sticky and viscous, and should reveal the shape of my adversary.
Mongol sprays her with oil, revealing her.
What? Can't see.
A woman, small and slight, and without the power to see my movements. Excellent.
He backhands her away. No!
Yes.
Mongol punches the weakened Superman. Outside, the Eradicator arrives, and over Engine City.
Below is the giant mechanism that has grown to take the place of Coast City. Even now I feel the vibrations as the engine lurches to life. I do not know what further evil the cyborg has planned, but Superman and the Man of Steel are within, attempting to stop the destruction, and I must do everything in my power to aid them. The cyborg's machine creature has shifted its shape again, and every time it does it seems to gain more power.
The cyborg, now in a huge robot body, hurls Steel into the machinery.
The creature assures me I'm not strong or smart enough to truly be a Man of Steel. He may be right about the strength, but he has brains enough for both of us. And if I keep him talking, he just might outsmart himself. And tell me how to stop the engine.
John uppercuts the cyborg's giant metal head.
You say you use a fusion process, but here on Earth, we use more energy initiating the fusion process.
He dodges a swipe from Cyborg's arm.
Ah, but Earth is primitive. Human technology is not yet capable of creating the kind of magnetic fields needed to facilitate fusion on this scale. Magnetic fields created by the giant transformer engine that you see before you.
The cyborg grabs Steel and slams it down.
Face it, Steel. You cannot win.
I can't destroy the fusion reactor, but I might be able to interrupt the creation of the magnetic field by destroying the transformer engine that creates the field within the fusion reactor. If I understand him, he's going to help me shut things down. Steel pulls out his hammer and cracks Cyborg across the face with it.
Mom knew what she was doing when she named me after John Henry, the steel driving man. He fought the steel drill and he beat it. It killed him, but he beat it. I'll die too. Think I was meant to die this way. Fly into the gears, grind them to a halt, disrupt the magnetic field within the fusion reactor.
He grabs the large metal body at the waist and flies it into the huge set of gears.
Stop the machine. Save the world. Grinding pain. Doesn't matter. Crush to grit. Good. Cyborg's mechanical body adds bulk. More steel. More grit in the gears. To grind this engine to a screaming halt.
The engine explodes and the firing process stops. The cyborg retreats to his Superman body.
Cursed gnat. He's destroying the engine. In my cyborg body, I'm safe for now. All my sensors confirm that, against all odds, the man called Steel has succeeded in thwarting Mongol's plan. The Earth will no longer spin out of orbit. But unfortunately for Steel, his actions have not thwarted me. Engine City's kryptonite power source is still intact, and I can feel that while it appears Mongol has things well in hand, he doesn't realize that the Green Lantern is nearing. Though I could prevent his access to the engine, I'll allow the Lantern to snuff Mongol for his insubordination, leaving the death of Superman to be administered by my hands.
I already adapted this issue at the beginning of my Emerald Twilight episode. Feel free to watch it and return, or it can be skipped. Hal saves Clark from Mongol, then the issue runs concurrent with the final Superman issue of Reign of the Supermen.
I've been out of action too long. Even though it's still miles away, I can still feel the searing heat and vibrations generated by that enormous engine. Have I failed?
Superboy has joined the Eradicator above Engine City, and they both agree the real Superman must have shut it down. The Eradicator assures Superboy that Kal-El did indeed die, but now he's back, and they wonder at the situation inside. Deep within the city, Green Lantern Hal Jordan has saved Superman from Mongol just in time, and now fights the monster himself, despite his ring not being able to affect the yellow-skinned alien due to its weakness against the color yellow. However, Hal finds Steel's dropped hammer. Deep inside the mammoth engine, amid an endless series of hydraulics and pistons, a weary, beaten fist pierces its oily prison. The fist belongs to John Henry Irons, and he's done his job well. He has brought the grinding mechanical behemoth to a dead stop, at great personal cost.
Never felt so beat in my life. Took everything I had to stop that thing. Green Lantern, maybe he's responsible for this weird green steam. Looks like he's going after that Mongol guy, which will leave me free to find the man in black who claims to be the real Superman.
Are you sure you feel well enough to continue? You're weak. You barely have any superpowers to speak of. Why don't you let us handle it?
No. The twisted man who built this monstrosity and wiped out Coast City is still here, wearing my symbol. For that and more, he's going to pay.
Are you sure Green Lantern can handle Mongol by himself?
Mongol's a brute, but he's also a fool. GL will find a way to take him down.
Your day is over, crud. For you, and whoever the creep is you take orders from. This is for my friends. Hal picks up Steel's hammer and magnifies his strength to swing it and defeat Mongol with one mighty blow.
All the pipes and cables seem to lead this way. Maybe that's where we'll find the boss. Keep moving.
Wait for me. I have to be in on this. You look beat. If your powers are gone, you should... With all due respect, that argument didn't keep you away.
How absurd. It sounds as though you're arguing over who gets to die first. Let me assure you that only one of you qualifies. Welcome back to the land of the living, Superman.
The cyborg appears and blasts Superman with his robotic eye.
Know full well that you won't escape death this time.
The cyborg flies deeper into Engine City.
It's him! All this time he's played us for fools, had us believing he might have been the real Superman.
Now's our chance. After him.
No. He could have polished me off easily here and now. Whoever he is, he wants us to charge blindly after him. It's a trap, and as weak as we are, he knows he has us. You're not suggesting we stand around and do nothing. Never. But we'll have to be smarter than him, and do things our way if we're going to win.
Superman and Steel leap between giant pistons as Supergirl flies alongside them.
This place is enormous. I've never seen anything like it. We're like ants running loose inside a diesel engine. Makes things tough since I can't fly these days. Fortunately, I can jump far enough to clear these gaps. Hold on. Sounds like metal being torn or ripped close by.
A huge metal arm swings toward them and they leap out of the way.
It's him! That Superman imposter can make machinery do most anything he wants.
It's like he's living inside each individual piece of this engine.
Well, if that's the case, I'll start taking this place apart piece by piece.
Superman opens fire on the surrounding machinery with his alien guns as Supergirl and Steel are grabbed by cables and more machinery.
Cables, grabbing me from behind.
This madman could do anything.
I'll make sure this thing never does anything again.
Superman explodes a large set of gears.
Can't get free. These things are too strong.
Interesting. Through my mind, I can see everything my arms touch. One of them, garbed in technology, offers me a playground.
We can take care of ourselves. You go after the main man. But do it! Hate running out of them, but he's right. If we don't win today, there'll be no tomorrow.
Technology is my domain, and not yours, inventor. As you shall soon see.
Yeah! Something's wrong! My armor's moving by itself!
The cyborg inhabits Steel's armor, the shape of his head emerging from the chest plate as Steel chokes himself.
My arms! I can't control them! Can't stop strangling!
The flesh is weak, isn't it, Steel? Pity I didn't think of this sooner.
He went through this conduit. Something tells me he's right around the corner.
At last. How good to see you again.
We know each other? We've met before?
You mean you haven't deduced my identity yet? What a shame. The clues, the evidence, it's been there all along. On some level, you must recognize me as...
Give it a rest, Mr. Wizard.
Superboy attacks the cyborg from behind before he can name himself. The cyborg Superman tosses the boy off of him as the Eradicator arrives, joining the other Supermen.
Off me, boy! I'll not tolerate your interference.
Hey, don't call me boy.
As I was saying, Superman, Hank Henshaw, at your service. Master of technology. Master of you.
Henshaw? You returned to Earth to do this? Why?
You drove me away because you feared I was more powerful than you. Now the universe will blame you for Earth's destruction. After him.
We have to take care of the others first.
I got that covered. And speaking of being covered,
Can't breathe.
good thing dispersing metallic construct with a touch is one of my specialties.
Superboy explodes part of Steel's armor, freeing him.
There.
Superman and the Eradicator chase after Henshaw.
He's gone. I knew Henshaw's powers were fantastic, but I never suspected him capable of this.
You know about Henshaw?
While in your fortress, I learned much of your past adventures. We have always been linked, you and I.
I know who you are, and I don't trust you any more than Henshaw.
Oh, you can always trust me. To be your nightmare come to life. You once persuaded me to leave Earth by claiming I was disruptive, but you only wanted me gone so Earth would be yours. First, you killed my fellow astronauts, even my wife, under the pretext of assisting them. But I'm better, stronger than you, and I'll prove it by destroying the second planet you've called home. Henshaw's paranoia is so complete he's rewritten history.
He's trying to lure me in deeper, probably so you can both attack me at once.
Only one way to find out, eh?
The cyborg leads the two Supermen down a corridor. You're the Eradicator, and in my book that makes you trouble.
Things are different now, Kal-El. I am different.
Right. I'm taking you down too, mister, as soon as I'm done with Henshaw. If I can find him.
Find me? I'm everywhere. I'm in every segment of this structure.
Ooh. As long as we're in this engine, we're toys to him.
Then we must diminish his capabilities.
A piston knocks Kal-El down, and the Eradicator blasts it with energy. You're saving me?
I do not understand your surprise. I recently rescued you from eternal cessation.
But I wasn't dead. I was just in a kind of coma or something. Right?
Thoughts such as those may comfort you, but you must understand. You were categorically deceased, Kal-El.
Assuming you're right.
There is no mistake in what I have said. Doomsday killed you.
Then how am I here now? I had many superhuman abilities, but surviving death wasn't one of them.
Unfortunately, you are quite capable of passing beyond this life. Remember, though, that my mission has been to protect the ultimate integrity of Kryptonian life.
You mean if not for you, I'd still be dead?
Indeed. The death of the last Kryptonian awakened me. Your termination actually compelled me to visit your body. My powers and the technology at your fortress were able to do the impossible.
You mean you can restore life?
Not quite. Though the conditions were ideal and your Kryptonian body and Earth's environment was uniquely suited to the recuperative process, you had nearly extinguished your massive store of solar energies in your battle with Doomsday. Only by getting to you quickly and administering the healing baths of the Matrix Chamber could I help. Another day, another set of circumstances, and your resuscitation might not have been possible. In fact, it's safe to say this would not be possible ever again.
I guess I owe you my thanks. It will take me a while to accept what's happened, but...
You think it's hard to accept one death? Try two. Henshaw, welcome to Engine City's gas tank. But instead of gas, we use a rather unconventional power source. I assume you recognize it, Cal.
Kryptonite!
Mm-hmm. When used properly, this cast-off from Krypton gives off enough radiation to power a city. When used improperly, it can prove.
The cyborg Superman shatters the casing surrounding the kryptonite powering the city.
Deadly. This is the one fitting way for you to die, Kryptonian.
Kryptonite works faster on me, but its radiation can kill humans as well.
The others are on their way.
That green glow. Green Lantern must be up ahead. So bright that I can't see a thing through it.
We have to protect them. If we fail, Earth will need them for a backup. Steel, Superboy, and Supergirl are stopped by a large door closing. The entrance is closed off. What happened?
That crazy cyborg must have done it. No, I caught a glimpse of Superman doing it.
It's just the three of us in here now, Henshaw, and we're playing for keeps.
Superman aims a gun at the cyborg.
Haven't you learned by now that a mechanical device is of no use against someone who can inhabit it and control it any way he wants?
He takes the gun over and explodes it.
I failed to prevent you from destroying Coast City, maniac. Here's where I even things up.
The Eradicator hits Henshaw with a haymaker punch.
Watch me.
The air crackles with energy as the Eradicator, a devastating Kryptonian weapon over 200,000 years old, fires without mercy in an all-out attack. A product of the past, the Eradicator was built by one of Superman's ancestors during an age of reckless science. The cyborg, however, is a product of more recent Kryptonian technology. His existence is based in the Matrix chamber Superman's father, Jor-El, built to carry his infant son to Earth. One was built to kill, the other to bear new life. The victor would be obvious. Superman fires his own weapon to add to the Eradicator's assault.
We've beaten you, Henshaw. You're done.
Superman punches the cyborg's jaw.
You think I'm defeated? Never. Not while the most lethal weapon of all is within my grasp.
Henshaw grabs a huge pipe attached to the kryptonite and pulls it free, aiming it at Superman.
This entire installation pulses with kryptonite. Even I can feel its deadly radiation weakening me. And if I'm to die this day, I'll see you go first.
Kryptonite energy pours out of the pipe and streams at Superman.
Back, Kal-El. My mission is to protect the sanctity of Kryptonian life. I won't let you die.
The Eradicator throws himself in between the blast and Kal-El.
No matter the cost.
Kryptonite energy fills the Eradicator's body.
But
A brave sacrifice, but one that seems unnecessary. For even the mighty Eradicator is unable to stop the searing blast of radiation from passing through his being. Both take the full force of the blast. Once they were enemies. Now they writhe in pain as though linked, waiting for death to embrace them. The energy pours through the Eradicator's body, hitting Kal-El behind him.
I'll spin this rock of kryptonite to dust until you're gone.
The kryptonite core shrinks away and the room begins to fill with its green dust.
I'll drain its deadly energy until there's nothing left. Until I see with my own eyes that you're dead. Ha 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 ha.
Green Lantern joins the other heroes outside the door.
Check it out. The lantern looks so total it makes me want to hurl.
Mongol did give me quite a time, but not one that I couldn't handle. What's the situation?
Superman is behind that door, fighting for his life.
Then we have to help him. Stand back, everybody. I'm taking us in. He crashes through the door with a huge battering ram.
what's that?
Radiation. I better put us in a protective bubble.
Good God, I can't see a thing. What's happened here?
The room is filled with dust, too thick to see anything.
Kryptonite. Everywhere. No one could have survived this.
The body. I want the body. This piece of Kryptonian trash does me no good.
The cyborg steps over the Eradicator's burned and desiccated body.
I want Superman's damned body.
Henshaw's cape flaps around a piston like a flag.
You killed millions, Henshaw, and you did so wearing my symbol, using my name.
Unbelievable.
Today, here and now, I'm taking it all back.
Superman takes his cape back.
You should be dead.
This is it for you, Cyborg. This is your doomsday.
He uppercuts the cyborg into the air.
Ugh.
What a punch. Somehow, he's gotten his powers back. Let's get down there and help him.
This is his fight and his alone. Superman rams his arm into Henshaw's chest.
You're dangerous, Cyborg. I doubt any prison can effectively protect society from you.
Your powers. How did you get them back?
Blame the Eradicator. When the kryptonite passed through him, it changed. The Eradicator did something, processed the energy with his own, altered it, and restored me. At first it was painful, but then I felt my abilities return.
No matter how powerful you are, I'll always be better. You'll never beat me, Superman. Never!
Wrong. If I vibrate my arm at an incredible rate,
It won't work. Somehow I'll survive. I have to.
The Cyborg Superman flies into a million pieces.
if so, I'll be watching for you, Henshaw. Don't ever forget that.
Is that it? Is the menace really gone?
It's like the cyborg didn't even try to escape. He didn't even change form while he was fighting you.
I don't think he could. He was part Kryptonian. The kryptonite must have affected him, too.
Is he dead now, or?
I don't think so. Henshaw survived before. His consciousness might be alive, somewhere.
My ring can't locate him in any of the machinery in this entire engine.
Then it is over. It's finally over.
Not yet. There's something missing. Something vital. The telekinetic realignment of those tatters will truly finish things.
What?
Supergirl uses her telekinesis to transform Superman's torn black costume and Henshaw's cape back into its familiar red and blue form.
Good move.
Guess I better stop asking this guy for a certificate of authenticity.
Thanks, kid. I appreciate the sentiment. Just like I appreciate you folks taking care of business in my absence. But now, it's time to go home.
You deserve a break. We'll mop things up here and take care of the Eradicator and incarcerate Mongo.
You think the world can handle 2 Supermen?
Check that, Blondie. I'm not Superman. That guy's Superman. The one and only.
Amazing. What I've experienced in the last few weeks defies description. Doomsday killed me, Mongol and the Cyborg almost destroyed Earth, and one of my old enemies brought me back to life in full power. I should feel tired, but I don't. All I want to do is fly and enjoy being alive. I'm rejuvenated in a way I never thought possible. This whole thing has been hard on everybody, and I have no idea what's coming next. But something tells me I'll be able to handle anything better than ever.
While the main storyline, Reign of the Supermen, is now over, there are many story threads left to tie up, and these 3 issues will do that in short order. Lois Lane awakens to a knock on her high-rise window.
What? Huh? Oh, what time is it? I'll kill that bird. Finally fell asleep after days of trying to find out about Coast City and worrying about...
She opens the curtains to see Superman's familiar S-shield.
Clark!
There isn't a doubt in her mind. She's in his arms, faster than a speeding bullet. Reign of the Superman. Clark holds Lois in his arms as he kisses her. They slowly twirl as they rise higher into the sky.
Whew. Been a while. I like the hair.
Later, as Clark showers.
Talk to Martha and Jonathan yet?
Called them while you were showering, Lois.
Good. This last month's been a nightmare for your folks, Clark. For all of us. Let's face it. You died. We buried you. Don't even get me started on the politics played over your body. I'm in too good a mood. Then your dad has a near-death experience, says you're back, and boom, 4 Supermen hit Metropolis. You finally really show up with only a small fraction of your powers and still run off to save the world. Or die again, depending how your luck ran. I'm just glad it's over. You're back. Your powers are back, and...
Lois, what are you talking about? Those things never happened.
Clark walks out of the shower.
It must have been a dream.
For you kids out there, this is a reference to when JR came back to life on Dallas, and the show claimed that last season's murder plot, Who Shot JR, had all been a dream. Clark is hit in the head with a well-deserved pillow.
Very funny, Kent. That was supposed to be funny, right?
Well, I was hoping for a guest spot on Seinfeld.
Don't hold your breath. And remember, I know your one weakness. You're ticklish in a certain spot.
Oh, no, you don't, Lois. You...
You... He tackles Lois onto their bed. You'll be late for work.
That's all right. I'm in mourning.
What do you mean? Oh, no.
Oh, I almost forgot too. You're still dead. That is, Clark Kent is presumed dead. It's been weeks. We closed your apartment. Perry hired a replacement. Superman's resurrection is unbelievable enough, but Clark's? How?
Give me a minute. I've done this sort of thing before. Not quite as tough, but... Okay, how's this? I was hit on the head, got amnesia. I've been working as a farmhand.
Where? Dinosaur Island? You're the most famous missing person since Amelia Earhart.
All right, I was swept away by the recent underground floods.
And what? Bobbed around in the ocean all this time?
Well, there's always alien abduction.
Clark! I'm sorry, love, but who would ever fall for those stories?
You did, Lois. All the time.
Okay, smart guy, that just cost you an exclusive interview about your return. Good thing Clark's still dead. You can't scoop me this time. Shh.
Trouble. 10 blocks from here. A job for me. Clark changes at super speed and flies out the window.
How come there's never another Superman around when you really need one?
Just outside of town, Star Labs, Metropolis. Uncle Sam entrusted us with some delicate cargo from Coast City home base. Already briefed, Chopper 1. Dr. Faulkner and team standing by. The 3 remaining Supermen and Supergirl exit a chopper, the Eradicator receiving instant medical attention.
Doc, this one's alive. He's barely with us.
Get him to Lab 6. Full diagnostics. Find out what makes him tick. Hurry! Easy, Steel. We've got you.
Don't worry, I can...
Okay. You got me.
A seat, Mr. Steel?
I wouldn't say no, Doc. Steele has a seat in a wheelchair.
We'll take you to Metropolis General if you'd like. Oh, he'd like. Check it out, Steel. The nurses are such hot babes, they'll give you a temperature.
Not today, kid. Like the man said, it's not the years, it's the mileage.
They'll turn back your odometer. Believe me. Later, dude. You're a fine man, Steel. Get well.
Supergirl kisses Steele on the lips.
Hey, you never kissed me like that. You take it the wrong way. Bye, Steel.
So long, Supergirl. Keep an eye on Superboy. Man, you know, the kid. Superboy and Supergirl fly off together.
That's right. What are you going to do? Me? I'm on impulse power. I gotta hit the rack before I totally crash and burn. No, I meant your name. Now that the real Superman's back. Oh, yeah. That. Problem is, I, kinda trademarked the name while the big guy was dead. Legal-wise, it's mine, not his.
Now that Superman is back, Metropolis doesn't need the other Supermen, so Superboy will follow Tana Moon to her new job in her home of Hawaii to become a local hero and learn to live up to Superman's legacy. Steel will move to Washington, D.C. to begin his own ongoing series and track down government officials and military people responsible for the corruption of his weapons designs. Both are well worth reading from their beginnings here, if you take a liking to them. Cat Grant reports the happy news that Superman is back. A crowd cheers for him as he hoists the gang's van onto a truck to be carted away, when Jimmy Olsen arrives along with Lois and Perry.
Superman! Hey, Superman! Oh, he can't hear me. Wish I had my signal Wow!
Don't need it, Jimmy. I could pick your voice out of any screaming crowd. It's good to see you. Good to see all of you again.
Yeah, the gang's all here. Except Clark.
I heard.
One of 337 unaccounted for since Doomsday. Frankly, I didn't believe you were back. Had to see it with my own eyes. But Clark's just flesh and blood.
Don't count him out yet, Perry. Maybe he lost his memory, or was swept out to sea, or...
Look out! Someone broke through the police line!
That's right! Ain't nothing gonna keep me from getting at my favorite!
Bibbo throws his arms around Superman in pure joy.
It's the real you, Superman, and ain't no one happier than old Bibbo. And this here's Krypto. He's kinda named it Your Honor, and he's housebroke, mostly.
I don't know what to say, Bibbo.
Hey, you don't gotta. What's with that mutt? I ain't never seen him this aggravated.
Probably a cat. Let me check with my X-ray. Oh my God! Get an ambulance! Superman tosses the rubble aside.
Everyone, stay back. This rubble's too unstable. There's an old fallout shelter down here.
He goes underground.
What is it, Superman? Someone alive?
God willing.
Superman finds a young woman and a child.
Honey?
Huh? Superman said you'd come. Told Timmy. He's asleep. Been sleeping a lot. Knew you'd save us. Wouldn't let us die.
Never. I'd rather die myself.
Superman carries them out as doctors rush over.
Medic!
It's okay, Timmy. Superman's got us.
Badly malnourished. Dehydrated. They must have had some food and a water supply. You got to them in time, Superman.
They okay, Superman? You save 'em?
Krypto saved them, Bibbo. If that dog could fly, I'd put a cape on him and...
Hey, Superman, maybe Clark is trapped like those kids.
Huh. Now why didn't I think of that, Jimmy?
And who, disguised as Clark Kent?
Superman! I knew you'd save me. It's okay. Everything's going to be all right now. Just give me your hand, Kent.
Look, it's him. It's really him. Superman found him, and he's alive.
Careful now.
In the second such amazing rescue in the past 24 hours, Superman has found yet another survivor of Doomsday's rampage. Daily Planet reporter Clark Kent, who had been missing for over a month. As with the children rescued yesterday, Kent was found trapped in the basement of a building which housed the Civil Defense Shelter.
Wow. Light's a lot brighter than what I've been used to.
Clark! Clark, you're alive!
Lois! Oh, Lord. It's so good to see you again. It's dreaming of this moment that kept me going.
Me too, lover. Me too.
Superman, we owe you so much.
Yes, without you, I'd have lost Clark forever. It's so good to have both of you back. Thanks.
My pleasure, Miss Lane.
Hey, Clark, Lois, hold it right there. You too, Superman. Say cheese.
Jimmy snaps a photo of Clark, Superman, and Lois all together. After their picture is taken, Superman is served a notice from a lawyer claiming he has to stop using the name Superman due to Rex Leach's trademark.
It's a complicated world you've returned to, Superman.
It was never simple, Miss Grant, but I see your point. I just hope that Clark Kent has an easier time readjusting to his life than I do to mine.
Superman flies away.
And so ends the first full day back on the job for the man who most believed to be the original Superman, alive and well. The events of the past few days have not been so kind to his would-be replacements. There has been no word on the condition of the self-proclaimed Son of Krypton who was earlier received by Star Lab xenobiologists. The full extent of his injuries, reportedly incurred at the Coast City disaster zone, are unknown. Doctors at Metropolis General Hospital, however, say that the armored Man of Steel, also injured in the California battle, is expected to make a full recovery. Already back on his feet after saving Metropolis from a sneak missile attack is the teen Superman, shown here with LexCorp's Supergirl. In Washington, government officials rushed to discredit the rogue Cyborg Superman, who was responsible for the destruction of Coast City. Pentagon sources have confirmed that the super imposter was destroyed by the original Superman.
Clark checks out fine at the hospital, and so, despite their recommending he stay, he goes home with Lois. Meanwhile, the Eradicator shows signs of life in a tank at Star Labs, watched over carefully by Dr. Kitty Faulkner. He will go on to acclimate to Earth life and his own newfound sense of humanity with the help of Star Labs, eventually joining a new version of the super team, the Outsiders, and he will have a heroic career of his own.
I think we pulled that off pretty well. Don't you, Lois?
You, my friend, were amazing. I don't know how you were able to answer that doctor's questions with such a straight face.
Just another of my many powers and abilities.
Oh!
Superman arrives in Lois's apartment.
I take it that everything went well? Exceedingly well. The doctors bought the whole story. They never doubted me for a moment. Then I'd say it's time we ended this little charade. That's my woman, Kent, and I want her back. Is that so? Well, I say we let Lois decide.
Okay, I've decided.
Lois shoves Clark aside.
What? Hey!
I win, eh?
You're alive and well. Clark Kent is alive and well. And the whole world saw the two of you on camera together.
Sounds like a perfect arrangement.
Almost. There's just one thing.
Yes?
What's with this your woman stuff, huh?
Ha ha ha! That's telling him, Lois. Don't let anyone take you for granted. Not even Superman. He's right about one thing, though. It is time that we
ended the charade.
Supergirl transforms from Clark back into herself.
Or should I say, the masquerade? Oof. Yes, I much prefer this shape.
Supergirl, are you all right? I'd forgotten how painful your transformations could be.
Hey, no sweat. Are you sure you're okay? Well, that wasn't something I'd want to do every day. Changing shape that radically is a lot tougher than changing hair or skin color. But for one of my favorite couples, I was glad to do it. I want you two to always be as happy as Lex and I are.
Lex. Yes, well, I ran into Lex earlier today, and he wasn't too pleased.
By my absences? I know, he can be possessive at times. I wish he weren't, but it's something we have to work out. And we will. But for now, I've got to run. Take good care now, both of you. You too, and thanks again for everything. You were great. My pleasure. May we all live happily forever after.
Supergirl flies off into her first miniseries where she will finally dump Lex when she finds out he's been cloning an army of her.
Forever after. That may apply to you literally, Clark. You might well be immortal.
Lois, we can't know that for certain.
That doesn't make it any easier. You don't even know how you came back from the dead.
It's no less frustrating for me, honey. I remember fighting Doomsday, and then nothing. There's just this gray haze, like a forgotten memory of a dream.
You know, when your father had his heart attack, he was comatose for a while, and he woke up convinced that he'd met you on the other side and made you fight your way back.
Pa! Good Lord! We still have to call him and Ma and let them know that Clark is officially all right.
Of course. Clark?
What, hon?
I've been thinking, maybe you didn't really die. Maybe you can't die.
Oh, he can die all right.
Hey?
He's just very hard to kill.
Lois's apartment vanishes and is replaced with Dr. Occult's office.
What? What's happened to my apartment? Where are we?
Occult? I hoped that I'd seen the last of you. What's the big idea?
Superman, you know Sam Spade here?
I'm afraid so. He calls himself Dr. Occult, and he's some sort of mystic detective. I met him during my first year as Superman. He led me into my first encounter with the supernatural. It was an experience I really could have done without. Dr. Occult walks Clark and Lois through the events that led to his death and beyond it, explaining to them exactly what happened. Doomsday did indeed kill Superman. His spirit had left his body and was vulnerable to demons and things that live between realms. Luckily, Jonathan Kent had his near-death experience and astrally traveled to find Clark in that in-between realms area and led him back to the world of the living as the doctors revived his heart. Superman's spirit returned to his body, which had not decayed thanks to 30 years of solar energy built up inside it, keeping his cells perfectly intact, invulnerable even to death's natural process, for a time. Luckily, the Eradicator, after using that stored power to create a body for himself from matter in the tomb, then brought Clark's body back to the fortress and placed it in the regeneration chamber, prompted by the fortress robots and their directive to preserve Kryptonian life. The Eradicator used the power of Superman, taken from the body, but he returned it in the end when struck by the kryptonite cannon in his act of sacrifice.
Are you saying if Superman is ever about to die again, all we have to do is make sure he gets plenty of sun?
No, it's not that simple. Superman was very lucky this time. Never forget, his spirit had left the body. A whole chain of events, physical and metaphysical, combined with things both of the Earth and of Krypton to restore him to life. And some of those elements no longer exist. Your will to live is strong, Superman, But your resurrection is not a repeatable phenomenon. You are mortal, and someday you will die, as must we all. But for now, you live. May it be a long life, Superman. May you both know much love and happiness before that final sleep.
Clark and Lois reappear on a grassy hill.
What?
Clark, where are we now? Your clothing.
Must be a cult's idea of a parting gift. Wait a minute. I think I recognize this area. Come on.
Why, that's your parents' farm. We're in Kansas.
Thanks, Doc. This is one I owe you. Looks like the folks are home, too.
Martha, I'm not a total invalid. I could have fixed that truck door.
I can handle a torch just as well as you.
What in tarnation? Is that a dust devil tearing across the field? Or... No, it's Clark and Lois. Our boys come back to us at last.
I am part of the sun, as my eye is part of me. That I am part of the earth my feet know perfectly, and my blood is part of the sea. My soul knows that I am part of the human race, as my spirit is part of my nation. In my very own self, I am part of my family. David Herbert Lawrence, 1931. Superman waits with Commissioner Jim Gordon by the bat signal. Are you sure he'll come?
There's a lot about Batman I can't explain, but whenever we turn this light on, he always comes. See what I mean? Here he is now.
I heard you were dressing differently these days, Batman. You seem more threatening. Jean-Paul Valley arrives in his new batsuit.
Superman. Knew it wouldn't be long before he came along. Can't let him realize I'm not who he thinks I am. What brings you to Gotham?
It's time to go to the ceremony. Can I give you a lift?
Ceremony? What ceremony? I should have let you know that I'm busy. On a case. Can't make it. Sorry.
But the entire Justice League is going out to take care of the Engine City problem.
That's not my area of expertise. I'm sure you can handle it without me.
Batman jumps off the roof and grapples away.
Have to get out of here before he begins to suspect.
That voice, if it wasn't for the full mask. Maybe I should scan it with X-ray vision.
Did you say something, Superman?
No, just my imagination, Commissioner. Thanks for your help. After I take care of this Engine City business tonight, I'll have to decide where to live. When everyone thought I was dead, Ma and Pa had all my stuff packed up and donated it to charity. Not only that, but my lease expired too. At least I've had lots of friends who have offered to put me up until I find a place to live. But I'll never find any place as nice to live as home. And since I'm over Kansas now, I might as well have a little fun.
Diet soda? Diet soda? Martha, this diet you have me on is enough to make a man crazy.
Jonathan, unless you want another heart attack, you have to learn to eat better. Fruit, vegetables, less red meat.
Torture. Sheer torture.
Torture is watching your husband nearly die from a heart attack, Jonathan Kent. If Clark was here, he'd tell you the exact same thing. He'd tell you to listen to me.
In a red and blue blur, a bouquet of roses appears in Martha Kent's hands.
What on earth? Flowers! That red and blue blur. It was Clark.
He must have been passing through on his way out west. Makes you think about how lucky we are, Martha. One of a kind lucky. We have the best boy in the whole world.
Lex Luthor and Supergirl arrive over Engine City in a jet, intent on salvaging alien technology. The assembled heroes aren't happy to see him.
Civilians? I thought we were going to be alone here.
Me too, but then Luthor Jr. has a habit of showing up where he's not wanted. This is a private affair. Get rid of him.
I'm with Green Lantern. Escort this slime back to the hole he crawled out of.
Okay, Luthor, what brings you to Engine City?
Well, I'm here to save it, of course. My research indicates this entire structure is crumbling into the sea.
Tell me something I don't know.
Only the limitless capabilities of LexCorp can possibly save it, Superman.
Save it? I say let it die.
I never expected this armada of so-called heroes to be here. Have to keep them away from me so I have a chance to get inside and find the kryptonite.
I'm surprised you want this structure gone, Green Lantern. Aren't you the least bit curious about its alien technologies?
Hardly. We're here for one reason and one reason only. To bury this atrocity in the Pacific for all eternity.
Aquaman arrives from the ocean. Really, Green Lantern? I don't recall any of you consulting with me about this momentous decision. If this is an engine, it's probably filled with harmful elements and toxic wastes.
Whoa, everybody genuflect to the King of the Seven Seas.
You can't be serious about doing this.
Deadly serious. This engine of evil is built on the remains of 7 million innocents.
That hardly justifies dumping an engine the size of Los Angeles into my ocean, Lantern. The long-term environmental effects could be as deadly as the explosion that birthed this place.
Mercy, we'll be glad to leave it here where it can harm some insignificant surface dwellers, rather than harm a few precious fishies.
That's enough, guys. Let's take a few minutes to talk.
No! I'm tired of talking. A couple of weeks ago, this was one of the most vital cities in the country, but Mongol took that away, along with all those innocent lives, when he atomized Coast City. My friends are buried under this junk heap, and I'm not about to let it stand as their tombstone. While they argue, I've got a chance to slip inside.
Luthor sneaks away into the city. Okay, we'll compromise. Something that will make you both happy. While the heroes argue, however, a few aliens they fail to clear out trigger a self-destruct sequence, and the city begins to explode and collapse, falling into the sea. No! This massive debris and toxic chemicals is going into my ocean! It could poison it for years! Holy moly, we better do something quick!
Sounds like trouble up there. I may only have minutes to find the secret of this place's kryptonite. We've lost control of this situation, if we don't act fast.
Everybody, down to the water! We're going to stop this junk from going into the ocean, or die trying!
Ha! Easy for him to say.
Split into 2 groups. Those of you who don't have powering to get the remaining aliens out. Those of you who do, follow me!
What do you have in mind, Dad?
We can't stop this massive amount of junk from sliding into the ocean, but we can use our ring to detoxify it.
Kinda like an energy scrub. That's the ticket.
If we work fast, we can decontaminate the entire structure. But if there's anyone inside, they're cooked.
Finally, the master computer and its secret. A detailed description of how to replicate kryptonite. All I have to do is write it down.
I wondered where you disappeared to.
No, not when I'm so close.
Supergirl yanks Lex out before he can gain his prize.
I know you want to save this place, Lex, but it's too late. I'm psychokinetically lifting you to safety for your own good.
No, you don't understand.
At this point, though, there is little to understand, except the obvious. The once powerful engine built to blast Earth out of its orbit is collapsing under its own weight. Several 100,000 tons of metal and scrap slide into permanent rest at the bottom of the Pacific. Now harmless, the former weapon will someday become a barrier reef encrusted with ocean life. Those who observe the engine's demise can think only of the lives surrendered to its construction, and the hope they'll never see such destruction again. Superman, building something? At least now the people of Coast City don't have an atrocity built by their killer as a gravestone any longer. In fact, it's hard to see there was ever anything here. No city, no engine, nothing.
Kinda chokes me up. I lived around here for a time too, you know.
As the silence of the mournful hangs in the air, Superman fashions a large metal spire from the wreckage. Don't leave yet, people. There's one more thing to be done.
He's brought something back?
Not that exactly. More like something he built. Weeks ago, this area was the home of Coast City, her suburbs, and the millions who lived there. We work hard to protect the innocent, but even we couldn't save them from the hideous evil that erased them in seconds. Let this spire, built from the very engine that once stood here, serve as a tribute to their memory. And as a reminder to us that our kind shall always be needed. I swear, as long as I'm alive, there will be no more coast cities.
Big words, Soups. Does this mean you're coming back to the JLA?
Not yet, Gardner. but if you ever need me, just call. Oliver Queen comforts Hal Jordan.
This was my home, Ollie, and now all that's left is an enduring flame.
I know, Hal. We can't win them all, and we can't do anything to bring back your town. But Soups was right. We can try our damnedest to make sure it doesn't happen again.
From the morning to the morning, a new day in Metropolis.
Boom! Nuts. Every time I get in the shower, the phone rings or somebody comes to the door. Probably just some lousy sales guy, too. I should... Clark!
Morning, Jim. If your offer for a roomie still stands, well, here I am.
Oh, right! This is great, Clark. We'll have a monster time hanging out. Let's crank some Van Halen to celebrate. If it's too loud...
I say we turn it up. After all, with what I've been through, maybe it's time to learn some new tricks. The end. So, there you have it. Reign of the Supermen was a storyline that really cemented my Superman fandom, and I would go on to read the books until 2011, when the New 52 ended the universe I loved. I would also collect the books back to and before 1986's Crisis and the John Byrne reboot, curious about the hero's history, and I'd find many great works in that era as well. I feel the Superman books were at their best when they remained linked together. Pooling the talents of 4 creative teams resulted in many other epic stories such as this one. And as the flagship titles of DC's line, they would attract top talent even after the linking ended, and were usually one of the best things on the comic track. This story examined several variations on the theme of Superman, and by contrasting and combining them, it highlighted the most essential qualities of that theme, what it means to be Superman. I hope you've enjoyed this presentation, and I hope it's made you want to see more Superman stories in the future. And just as a reminder, Supergirl, Superboy, and Steel all got comics out of this event that are well worth reading from the beginning. Well, that does it for this one, so goodbye until next time, and as always, thanks for watching.